a start. That is top class. That's power. Pure power. That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
They say day 3 is moving day. But yesterday started serenely. Shan Masood strolled to his 7th Test 100, and the balance was tilting towards Pakistan. But Justin Graves had other ideas. And the career best 5 for 27 ignited the West Indies as the visitors lost their last 7 wickets for 38 to concede a 29-run lead on first innings. But in tricky conditions, West Indies batters too found the going tough second time around as Seam again ruled the roost, leaving this opening test delicately poised. And didn't this game just move at pace on day 3? So day 4 will be just as intriguing in this first test between the West Indies and Pakistan in this Cricket West Indies Test Series. Here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba, South Trinidad, Jamel Warrican, Justin Graves, Shea Hope, hoping that Ruston Chase will be able to lead their team with Shamar Joseph at the crease. There's something significant for West Indies supporters, but Shan Masood had himself a day on days 2 and 3, and Mohammad Abbas, led by Babar Azam, Pakistan, well, some of them are smiling because they are very much in this contest. Glorious weather conditions at the moment. West Indies 311, Pakistan 282, and then the West Indies 126 for 7 in their second innings. It's a lead of 155 with Shamar Joseph at the crease, 22 not out. Abbas and Shazad sharing most of the wickets. As we say hello and welcome once again to South Trinidad. It could be, very well could be, the final day of this test match, but it's a poignant day as well because that great man, the late Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, would have been 90 years old today. So hopefully it is a great day to celebrate his memory with the men alongside me, Mali Richards and Carlos Brathwaite. Gentlemen, Mali, I'll just move immediately to my left and just a summation quickly of where this game stands.
Well, as you said yesterday, this game moved along at a rate of knots. 14 wickets falling, 5 in the first, 5 in the second, and 4 in that third and final session. I expect more of the same here today. This pitch is getting lower and lower, and as I heard Kamar Roach say, there's always a delivery with your name on it. So as a batter, runs is at a premium here.
Well, a man who will utilize the conditions well, Carlos, Justin Graves, someone that you know well, you played with him. How good was he?
He was very good, and what was interesting in the post-match chat yesterday is he could not get that beaming smile off his face. Someone who is always very shy with being expressive, he always is quite guarded with his emotions, but he understood, much like we did, the magnitude of this performance. Kept it very simple, and it's always good to see real team men get real reward and adoration for sticking to the simple basics, and that's what he did. 5 back-to-back wicket maidens, the first time it's ever happened in recorded cricket. So for a man like him who sacrificed so much for the team, it was good to see him get that singular and independent adulation.
Yeah, West Indies fans will celebrate him, and we celebrate him as well. He's an honest man, a hard-working man. But then, Mali, West Indies struggled with the bat, losing 7 wickets in their procession of batting.
That is a very good sustained bowling from Pakistan. Those 2 deliveries there, batters had no chance whatsoever. As I said, there's a delivery with your name on it. Muhammad Ali, he also chipped in with a good wicket there. Fantastic catch. Bit of mental fatigue just creeping in, possibly for Shea Hope, a loss of concentration. We don't see that too often. And Tej Chandapal, I thought he looked quite good. That intent was positive until he gave his wicket away. Justin Graves, we spoke about just how important he is to this West Indian lineup. Wasn't able to get off with the bat, but overall, Pakistan showing what's possible when you pitch the ball up.
Absolutely, very good analysis. Well, the pitch has held something in it for the bowlers, the seam bowlers, all the way through this match. Let's get an update now from Samuel Battery on the conditions above and below feet.
Always a pleasure to be out in the middle here for the pitch check. It's nice and sunny, so no issues in terms of the weather. This pitch is entering the most fascinating phase yet. We've had 14 wickets fall yesterday, and as I look closely at the surface, these cracks have widened up quite significantly. There are a few indentations as well. This one in particular grabs my eye because of the length at which it is positioned. The cracks are parallel to the pitch, and some of them are perpendicular. The parallel ones will affect the lateral movement. The perpendicular ones will affect the bounce. And what we have seen so far is the lowering of bounce on the surface as we've progressed through the course of the test match. In fact, it's about 10 centimeters less on day 3, and we expect that variability to continue as we go through, as the sun bakes down on the surface. You have a few examples of these deliveries keeping significantly low, and we also have the possibility of some of those deliveries kicking or bouncing higher on the batter. So it's going to be a real challenge for everyone who has to bat on this surface. West Indies still have 3 wickets intact, 155 ahead. That is a lot more than it sounds. Pakistan, they'll have their work cut out for them when it's their turn to bat.
Yeah, bowlers test match so far. Thank you very much to Samuel Badri, who did that pitch report a little bit earlier. And one of the men who may have a big part to play with bat and with ball for the rest of this test match was speaking a little bit earlier as well about this day's play with Stacey Ann King.
I've got Kima Roach with me. Kima, going into day 4 with a fragile lead of 155 runs. Yourself and Shamar out in the middle with a 33-run partnership. Tell me about that partnership and how did conditions play yesterday evening?
Obviously, it was more of a bit of a survival, trying to take it into the next day. Obviously, Shamar is going to bat the way he bats. He really hits the ball pretty cleanly, so I'm happy he got a little 20 start for himself. So hopefully we can carry on that start this morning. Shot lead as much as we can. I think anything over 200 is going to be challenging on the pitch, on the day 4 pitch. So let's see how it goes this morning. Obviously, first hour is very crucial, and yeah, that should be.
Here we go. That was my next question. How many additional runs do you think you both can put on? And it's vital to defend on the surface.
There's no limit on it. I think as much as we can. I don't want to pigeonhole ourselves and say, what, 220, 210. I think as much as we can. 300 would be great. So as long as we can, take the game deep, and then obviously the bowlers will do the job in the second innings.
Yeah, and Pakistan seamers, they'll be pretty eager to take those 3 wickets remaining. What's a specific game plan for those 3 wickets coming into day 4?
I think they'll be trying to attack the stumps as much as possible. So obviously you got to be really tight on defense, and you have to choose the right ball to score off. You have to score runs as well too. It's not about survival. I think on that pitch, there is a ball that will get you out. So positive mindset, and that's hopefully puts a good score on the board.
Yeah, and when it's time for you guys to bowl, defending a target on this pitch that has offered assistance for the seamers, what areas, lengths will be sort of interesting, or the areas that you guys will want to target?
Yeah, obviously we're trying to learn from Pakistan. I thought they bowled really well in both innings, so I think that sits me the line very close to that off stump, challenging the batsman's technique. That is the way forward on this pitch, and be consistent. Never get bored. I think, as we can see from the first innings, they batted well for the first half of their battering, and then the last half they crumbled. So I think once you stay in the game, you should be okay.
Well, thanks for your time, Kimar, and go well today.
Thank you. Cheers.
So much you could just prize out of that from Kima Roach. Carlos and Mali still with me. Carlos, captain's hat on. How should Shamar and Kima play this early process or passage of play?
I'd love to say just give Pakistan bowlers the first 2 or 3 overs, but I'd be remiss to appreciate what Shamar has done so far and how he's done it. 23 off 12 balls in the first innings, 22 off I think 9 or 10 in this innings. So if he gets a half volley first up, you want him to mentally be prepared to slap it out the ground if he does, because runs are all important currency today. As Kimar said, there is one with your name on it. So we don't want him to be thinking like a batter, quote unquote, and trying to block a certain amount of deliveries until some predetermined time. You keep your wits about you. If it comes in your zone, you play a shot. Kimar will be obdurate, as we know he always is, and let them carry the score as far as they possibly can.
Yeah, and no doubt both of those batters who are not out overnight would have been impacted by the life and the excellence of the late right excellent Sir Garfield Sobers, and the West Indies team paid their own tribute to the man who would have been 90 today.
He wasn't the first guy to pick up a bat, but he's certainly going to be one of the first names that you hear when you speak about cricket. He's done everything on the cricket field that you can possibly think of, from bowling left arm spin to left arm pace, the first man to hit 6 sixes in an over. So anything you can think about cricket related, you can mention Sir Gary's name.
If I could remember as a kid, hearing my father talk about Sir Garfield Sobers and his contribution to West Indies and to the world at large is legendary, impactful, inspiring. These are three words I could associate with Sir Gary.
Coming up, always wanted to have the impact Sir Garfield Sobers had on the game as well, batting, bowling, and in the field. Always coming up, wanted to be the next Sir Garfield Sobers, so very, very inspirational.
Growing up, playing cricket in the community, everybody wanted to be Sir Gary. You know, everybody wanted to be that left-handed batsman, left-hand bowler. You know, it's sad for the cricketing world, it's sad for Barbados cricket and West Indies cricket.
That vibrant person or persona that he has really resonated with me. You know, when I first met him, I just felt as though I knew him for a long time. I didn't feel nervous after the first meeting. I always felt as though he was one of us.
You know, having the opportunity to meet him and get advice, whether it be bowling, batting, because he was an all-rounder as well. So, you know, just doing that, and I can remember I was about 12 or 13 years old, and having met the legend and having a chat with him, it was really inspiring.
Being a West Indian cricketer, once you know what persons like Sir Gary has done for West Indies cricket, and you're being presented with a cap to represent the same team like Sir Gary did, you know that you're playing for greatness.
I think Sir Gary brought the flair. You know, the way he dressed, the walk, you know, his unique walk. I think he was just an exceptional player. People like Sir Gary that set that platform and expose West Indies cricket to the world. It's for us as a team to take that as inspiration and want to continue that legacy and even create our own legacy, you know, but it started with guys like Sir Gary.
Great tribute by the West Indies team. I'm finding it difficult, actually, to straddle the line between celebrating his life and the emotion of his passing. I think with the state funeral tomorrow, it'll deeply affect a lot of people, the reality, Carlos, of what has transpired.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to get a flight out tonight, so I'm hoping that the weather stays away and we can get a culmination of this game, because it is an incredible honor to even be associated with the great man. So the ability to be able to see him off is one that I'm trying to make happen, and I think I'll cherish it dearly. And you know, there's certain things that you see that almost bring you to being quite emotional, and seeing the rehearsals for the procession, for his funeral, understanding the magnitude of what he did, the legacy he created, and what he's about to leave, and you feel as though you're some small modicum part of that is an incredible responsibility, and I know it hit a lot of people hard, not only friends and family, but cricket friends and family as well.
One of his great friends, Mali, was your dad. Your dad spent a lot of time with him.
100%, and I remember as a kid growing up, and the first thing he actually told me about Sir Garfield Sobers was that he was the greatest. He was definitely the greatest cricketer the West Indies has produced. He's the first West Indian superstar in the world of cricket, and he's the one that a lot of legends that came after, they stand on his shoulders based on the things that he would have done went into the world and really spread West Indian cricket, really made a brand of West Indian cricket, and we owe him all. And just want to say rest in peace to the legend.
Absolutely, and the West Indies team can help to celebrate that legacy with a victory today if they will be allowed to do it. But Shamar Joseph is still at the crease, and I suppose the left-handedness and the fast bowling is as close as we'll get to it. He's aggressive.
He's very aggressive, and he's a good ball striker as well. These are not slugs. I mean, they're not the most classy of strokes, but these are very technically sound strokes, and I actually want to have a chat with him about his technique. You see that front foot clicks the back foot almost baseball-esque, and it gives him really nice momentum going into his strokes, especially the stroke straight and through the leg side across the line with that horizontal back. He's a very smart cricketer as well. He got bounced out in the first innings and he came prepared for it. And I just think that click of the heels gives him so much good momentum going in. I need to pick his brain.
Let's quickly move on to Mohammad Abbas and his 3 wickets yesterday.
Yeah, Mohammad Abbas, he's been he's been as advertised. He's metronomic. He's always in that area on and about the off stump. He adjusts his position on the crease as well every now and again. Very wily type bowler. And just looking at the numbers, maybe over the last 5 to 6 years or so of Test cricket, he's right up there with the best in terms of wickets, economy rate, and strike rate as well.
Outstanding, some outstanding fast bowling on show. Thank you very much to Carlos and to Mali. We'll hear more from them as we go through this very, very important and decisive day. Sun beating down here in South Trinidad, and the heavy roller is on a pitch that is offering a lot of variable bounce. So we'll take a short break. On the other side, we'll be closer to live action.
That is absolutely perfect.
what a start.
That is top class.
That's power. Pure power.
That is perfect. Absolutely perfect.
They say day 3 is moving day, but yesterday started serenely. Shan Masood strolled to his 7th Test 100, and the balance was tilting towards Pakistan. But Justin Graves had other ideas, and the career best 5 for 27 ignited the West Indies as the visitors lost their last 7 wickets for 38 to concede a 29-run lead on first innings. But in tricky conditions, West Indies batters too found the going tough second time around, as Seam again ruled the roost, leaving this opening test delicately poised. We are ready for action on day 4 of this first test between the West Indies and Pakistan here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba, South Trinidad. Glorious sunshine greets us as we say hello and welcome to you wherever you are in the world. With the West Indies 126 for 7 after 43 overs in their second innings, with Shamar Joseph on 22, Roach on 5. The bowlers have had a field day in this test match. 14 wickets going down on day 3. Mohammad Abbas with 3 for 14. Shazad with 2 for 36. And Jamal and Muhammad Ali with 1 apiece. West Indies lead by 155 on a surface here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy that is offering appreciable help for the faster men in the main. They've taken all the wickets so far in the test match. Well, find out a little bit more about how things transpired yesterday with our insider feature with Gerard Morris-Seeley.
Test cricket has one golden rule: never get comfortable, because comfort in this game is like sitting on the edge of a chair. You might feel settled for a bit, but it takes just one moment to send everything crashing. Pakistan began the day exactly where they wanted to be, not ahead on the scoreboard, but in control of the tempo. Shan Masood completed a magnificent 7th Test century. The visitors looked ready to turn the match their way. Then, everything changed. Pakistan's lower order disappeared in the blink of an eye, a collapse all too familiar for the visitors. But an unfamiliar hero emerged for West Indies: Justin Graves, his maiden 5-wicket haul. A spell that ripped the momentum away and handed West Indies a priceless 31-run first innings lead. But here's the thing about Test cricket: a lead doesn't buy comfort, it only buys opportunity. Pakistan knew they had fallen short with the bat, so they hunted even harder with the ball. They tightened their lengths, built pressure, asked better questions, and it paid off. 7 wickets fell before stumps. Just like that, the balance tilted again, not completely after Shamar Joseph took some of the weight off their shoulders, but just enough to remind everyone that this match still refuses to belong to either side. 3 days. 3 reminders that nobody owns a test match until the final ball is bowled. Day 4 is supposed to be the penultimate day. But in this contest, you get the feeling that the biggest twist is still waiting to be written.
Goodness, how good was that setup by Gerard Morris-Seeley? Darren Sammy on the right, but in the middle, the batting consultant, and they'll just formulate plans about how Shamar Joseph and Kemar Roach and Jamel Warrican and Jaden Seals can go today, perhaps go today, because it's such an important game for both teams with regards to the World Test Championship. They're both rooted down the bottom of the table at the moment, 8th and 9th place. West Indies, of course, have played 6 more test matches than Pakistan, who have played very little so far in this cycle. If you missed the action yesterday, let's reflect, Samuel Badri, on the highlights of a day's play that was filled to the brim with action, with the day starting at 199 for 3 for Pakistan.
Yeah, the first hour was very quiet from a wicket-taking standpoint. Shan Masood registered his 7th Test match century. It was after that water break that the damage started. Shamar Joseph getting rid of Salman Ali Agha, and then it was the Justin Graves show, targeting the stumps, getting some lateral movement. He was in the midst of a spell where he didn't concede even a solitary run. Consecutive wicket maidens, really putting a dent on the Pakistan batting lineup. They have shown the tendency to collapse in the past, and it was evident again. They're picking up a 5 for Justin Graves, a maiden 5-wicket haul. There were a few lusty blows from the lower order from Pakistan, but the first ball with the new ball, the second new ball that is, Kima Roach picked up the final wicket, but it was Graves. And then Mohammad Abbas entered him in the second innings. Brandon King fell cheaply. Hodge without scoring. Pakistan were roaring back strongly. Tejaran Chandapal, he looked resolute. Got a good start. Good return catch here for Muhammad Ali to get rid of Amir Jangu. Keeping the day's play very interesting. It was intriguing all throughout. Tejaran Chandapal started back after the interval along with Shayop. He struck that for 4, and then he was cleaned up by Shazad. To send off as well. Tricky edge for 4. Chandapal was looking good, looking to set himself up for a long haul, but he fell to a short delivery. Very simple catch. He would be disappointed with that. Good catch again. Pakistan, the old cricket has looked really good in this test match. West Indies were struggling. They lost their captain. They were 93 for 7. So this partnership between Shamar Joseph and Kima Roach, which so far has yielded 33, has pushed them on to an overall lead of 155. Very important low order runs. An opportunity was created but grasped. Mohammad Rizwan not able to hold on. And they will resume today that partnership brewing.
How far can they stretch this lead? How quickly can Pakistan wrap up the innings? Shamar Joseph, 23 in the first innings. Very aggressive. As we say, welcome once again to the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. If you've joined us, maybe a touch late. An emotional day for West Indians, for the cricketing fraternity. The late Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers would have been 90 years of age today. Sadly, passed away last week. State funeral for him tomorrow, and Kima Roach will feel his absence as much as most. Shamar Joseph will take strike with Muhammad Ali, who dismissed him in the first innings with a short ball. Ball with 43 overs of work in it already. Deep fine leg, deep backward square, deep mid wicket, long on. Very, very fine, deep third, the deep point, but still 2 catches in the slip cordon. In this very, very strong. Lead 155. Battle to find out whether Pakistan can wrap the innings up in quick time. Muhammad Ali certainly did it very, very well after lunch on day 2.
Let's play.
Alex Wolf says play. There'll be swing. First run of this fourth day's play to Shamar Joseph. Morning again, Samuel Badru.
Yeah, hello Bish, hello everyone once again. This is the way he plays, Shamar Joseph. He's been a six-hitting machine for the West Indies. Scored a few already in this test match. It'll be important. These additional runs. Some discussions about 175 if they can get there, if they can get to 200. They'll be looking to push that as far as they can. Kemar Roach, we know of his exploits in this stage and in this phase, doing what he does, resisting what comes his way, and just forging partnerships. So he'll look to defend. Shamar will look to attack.
Valuable runs. Rizwan couldn't get a glove on it.
And early evidence of some lateral movement. You can see how that ball jagged back in. Was there looking at the pitch early this morning, and those cracks have widened. And what is also very critical, they're not only parallel along the surface, they're also perpendicular, so they're going across the surface as well.
Test figures, first innings. Strong man hits the pitch hard, swings the ball mostly away, can nip it back. More runs, again, two straight from Muhammad Ali. And runs to Kemar Roach, all very, very valuable.
Exactly what West Indies want. They want as many as they can get. This is a little bit errant for the second time in the over. Partnership has quickly gone on to 42. Very, very valuable.
He's trying to attack the stumps, to keep the stumps in play, but hasn't lined it up consistently perfectly. So maybe start on the off stump and track back incrementally. Maybe pitch it up a little bit more.
I was looking to see what that heavy roller did, what impact that heavy roller had on the surface. We saw yesterday the first hour, pitch appeared to be docile. It was after the first hour where it livened up. So far, there is some movement, but there are also runs scored.
Short couple of deliveries. Mohammad Abbas time, is it? We'll find out now. 135 for 7. Some low totals have been defended by the West Indies. 99 against Zimbabwe, remember that well. The 120 with India, remember talking about that yesterday. Australia in Adelaide was there for that as well. And Pakistan in 2017 at Bridgetown, Shannon Gabriel. So the West Indies will be hoping that whatever they put on the board today, they can add another line to that low total defenses. It's not Mohammad Abbas, it's Karim Shazad round the wicket. Fly slip and a lot of deep fielders. How far do you think Shamar Joseph in the future can develop his batting?
Yeah, I think he has wonderful bat speed. He has really good eyes. So let's start there. He has wonderful ingredients to do a lot more than he's currently doing. He's done a good job. Take nothing away from how he's batted. I think on debut he had 36 or 37, something around there, which was a record in itself, batting at the position he batted. I do think that he can improve that average. He does have a test century in him. I know that's a big call, but I do think that he has a test century in him. That's how highly I regard his batting. I just love the bat swing, the pureness of that bat swing, and the way he makes contact with the ball. Very fearless in his approach. But it's not only about six hitting. He has a good defense as well. So if he can marry that well, so much potential in him with the bat. We know of his prowess with the ball.
Inside the edge there. That's why Imam ul Haq went after it with such intensity. Just has to remember, Kemar Roach, not to try to reach out at it too much. Try your best to defend what's on your stump. It's an absolute half volley. All vital, good communication. Little crowd. Crowd has been around and underneath our media center in the shade for the duration of the test match. And they've made their voices and their presence felt for almost every run over the previous 3 days. Ball is for two. It should be an easy two. And you look at that, and that's a smart shot. That's a controlled nudge and sensible cricket, not always looking for the big shot. I hope I haven't spoken too soon.
The substitute on the field, Shan Masood, he got struck on the hand, so there might be a little issue with him when it's their turn to bat.
Four more runs. Frustration for Pakistan and the 50 partnership. How valuable could that prove to be? 1-4-3 for 7. Lovely. He's enjoyed that. They've enjoyed the partnership.
They're going after it with some aggression, so he gets enough bat on it for it to fly. There is a fly slip, but that's very, very safe. Bringing up the 50 partnership, Kemar Roach is all smiles.
Another couple of runs, very good. interesting here with Muhammad Ali, actually, that he talked quite correctly about finding the right length on the surface. Sometimes he's taken a while to get into his best rhythm and zone. Just a touch short occasionally here. Nothing is wrong with the short ball. Between he has to be on that good length.
Very useful down the order, Kemar Roach. Well, 1,300 runs now. Batting from position 8 to 11 at various positions. Kemar has a test match half century. Confirmation of this wonderful partnership.
For 7 when this partnership began to take form. They've applied different methods. Nudging and gliding. Power of Shamar Joseph, not always off the middle. Two's a call again, just one. What is the method though? He doesn't yet have a first-class half century, and I think that's where it has to begin. For his domestic team, given more responsibility. We talked about this in Australia on his debut series. Give him more responsibility with the bat when he plays for Guyana, when he plays franchise cricket, allowing that to develop and bring him through to the higher level is a way that I look at it. Still hasn't pitched it up, and that's the indifferent bounce we'll see from time to time.
Not the first batter hit on the gloves. Bounced and he anticipated. And just with the Shamar Joseph, I do hope that he takes his batting seriously, because we mentioned the potential that he has. Hope he doesn't take it flippantly, because he can develop into another useful all-rounder, more than useful. Kemar is okay. Set to go again.
The length, as full as he's gone at the stumps. 1-4-7 for 7.
Yeah, and on a day where we would have celebrated the 90th birthday of perhaps the greatest test all-rounder, it's an opportunity for Shamar Joseph to continue to build his credentials. For the wonderful work of Justin Graves with the ball, we've seen him with the bat, so it's a nice little, I suppose, passage for the West Indies.
Four deep fielders leg side. Fielder for that shot. That fielder down at third. For that type of shot, if it takes the top edge and flies beyond the wicketkeeper and slip. That's why top right of your screen, it's one of the reasons why he is in position, not right back. He's actually looking for a catch, not there necessarily to save a boundary, although that is part of it. As easy as you like. For a fourth six for Shamar Joseph. That is full of technique and poise.
And 19 sixes in Test match cricket for Shamar Joseph. That's the bat swing I was mentioning. So he went full. Shamar Joseph connects sweetly in the direction from which the ball came.
Comes next. Does he pull his length back?
Aye.
Sixes now for him, along with Jason Holder. That's in tests in the last 5 years. Much more than his six hitting ability that has impressed everyone. You're right, Bish. More responsibility at the domestic level, and he just has to get one half century. There's that vicious swing again. Once he gets one half century, it unlocks in your mind that you can do it, that it's possible. If he does get that outside edge, that fielder deep third will be in business. Can he get that half century today though? West Indies would be very, very happy if he manages it.
The other thing that I like about the modern game, when I played, myself and one or two of the other fast bowlers, we always got the dregs of the batting practice. We'd be at nets and we'd bowl to all the batters, the top order batters, middle order batters, and then when it was our turn, myself or Ambrose or Patterson, we'd get an opening batter who's just passing time, bowling some little dibbly-dobblers. Now they have people turning up at nets, specialist net bowlers, bowling machines, and more structured practices for the lower order batters. Notice I didn't say tail enders, lower order batters, to work on their batting. To do this sort of thing. If you can add 10 or 15, all the better. 154 for 7. Pakistan's defeat in Test, chasing low totals, 36 to 176. Muhammad Ali. Played against Pakistan back in the day. I know amongst Ambrose and myself and a couple of us, we talked about if Pakistan were chasing. This is a long time ago. That we fancied the pressure that is put on them. They didn't always handle it that well, but they've removed themselves a long way from those days. Sri Lanka, South Africa, etc. And what that is, Samuel Badri, is an opportunity to better those stats and the mango chow from the first few days of this Test match. But it's an opportunity for Pakistan.
It will be interesting to see the approach while batting. We heard Kemar Roach speak a little bit earlier in an interview that he feels as though there is a ball with your wicket on it. if you're just pushing and prodding. So I just wonder how they'll approach their second innings. Will they be a little bit more purposeful, or will they just hang around? I really like the way they started. They lost a wicket quite early, but then number 3, Shan Masood, showed great positivity in the way he accumulated his first 50 runs. Whether that happened organically or whether it was deliberate, who knows?
On target, finally he's pitched it up, and he bowled a little cutter the ball before and must have done it again 2 in a row. So Muhammad Ali showing all his skills and ends a good innings. Yeah, Shamar Joseph says it was another cutter.
Yeah, but a very good partnership. Yeah, there you go. On target, keeping the stumps in play. 61-run partnership broken, finally. Muhammad Ali again, but what a knock. How useful this contribution will be, we'll find out later today. 38, he goes for 154 for 8.
Jamel Warrican hasn't been able to make an impact with the ball, certainly not yet in the test match. Has at times during his career made an impact with the bat, much as he did in Pakistan with the ball. Attack the stumps, attack the stumps.
Yeah.
And now they can have a few more attacking fielders, and I suppose the test match resumes to some level of normalcy because of this wicket. Was taking the attack to them, and fielders were spread far and wide. Still have the fine leg in position, but more catchers because Kemar Roach will defend. He'll try to spend time and accumulate runs, as opposed to what Shamar Joseph did.
See that shot again. About this for a long time at Kemar Roach. His game predicated on a solid technique, really. See the way that he defends the ball, and he's done this for many, many years. Not impregnable. Very correct technically. At a length from Muhammad Ali. 156 for 8.
Run score. Something that Pakistan will be looking at. Of the highest scorer of the innings, Chanderpaul 35 before him. Still fighting the West Indies.
Does have the ability to play attackingly as well. I think for so much of his career he's come in positions where he's had to try to be careful and contribute to the innings, and very few times he's come in when he could just play with gay abandon.
Yeah, Pakistan will remember that last wicket partnership in Sabina Park a few years ago. Himself and Jaden Seals getting West Indies over the line. So they know of his ability.
Most important 30 runs, or one of the most he's made. Could not play that. You could not play that even if you knew it was coming. They've reviewed it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for a caught behind. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is passing close to the outside edge. Can you have ultra edge on this, please? Clear gap on the left as the ball passes the bat. It's got the thigh on the way above the stumps. Richard, stay with your decision of not out. Your on-screen signal now.
Good umpiring again, in real time. Seventh no ball in this innings.
Unfazed by what went before. Was a brute of a delivery. Managed to not edge, but he's still pushing forward, still looking to defend in a compact manner.
What Roach is also looking at, and what West Indies are looking at, not just the runs, but what works. One that clipped the pocket just into that good length. Saw Shema Jose bowl a special yesterday to Aliaga. We saw Mohamed Abbas hit that length regularly when he bowled. So that's going to be going forward to fourth innings, a good area. Of a man who batted 233 balls in Christchurch, New Zealand last year. 233 balls. It's probably my entire career. That's the first thing I go for, Pelori and Roti. Very good. It's an example of commitment to the cause, to the dressing room from Roach. 159 for 8. Mohammad Abbas did not start the bowling this morning with 3 for 14. Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
And not only the runs that they're adding, they're spending time out in the middle, allowing this pitch to, I suppose, deteriorate a little bit further. You mentioned the cracks and the indentations. Those cracks and indentations are on good lines and length. So Kemar Roach will be keeping a close eye on that, even as he's batting. So much work, and I don't think that spin will have much of a part to play this test. It hasn't had a part so far. Uncharacteristic from Kemar Roach. We haven't seen him yet. Wickets very economical, perhaps a little bit of a surprise that he didn't start on day 4. So his introduction is quite imminent.
I should be too. Again, the quality of the stroke, well controlled. Talking about the 3 balls to Shamar Joseph. Short ball and then pace off. Little cutter and then another cutter. So good white ball skills. Of course, he's been very prominent in Pakistan in the PSL, Muhammad Ali, which sort of cast him into the limelight in a way before his excellence in first-class cricket. As first-class season pushed him into the reckoning here, but he's had a couple of really good PSLs actually. Back in 2023 was one. 50th wicket was Shamar Joseph. Ali took 20 wickets in PSL 2026. By a seamer. Season going back a couple of years as well. Long time since Pakistan seamers have taken all the wickets in 20 wickets in a test match. 31 years. I was still playing. (162 for 8).
To start to day 4, we've had Pakistan picking up the 1 wicket courtesy of Mohammad Ali, sorry, removing the dangerous Shamar Joseph with quite an important cameo here for the West Indies. Runs at an absolute premium. This lead 191. Abbas into the attack. Quite surprising that he didn't start this morning. I'm joined by former West Indies all-rounder Carlos Brathwaite. Interesting decision from the Pakistanis.
Yeah, I just wonder if it actually went and further. Start with two of the guys who with recent PSL experience, expecting an onslaught from Shamar Joseph, would have the skills to take the pace off, spread the field. I think they were probably hoping to get the wicket a bit earlier, and now Abbas can come in and bowl line and length at two players who are good with the solidish defence, but won't necessarily take the game away. You don't want Shamar Joseph tonking him all over the park, and then when he goes, he's already 4 or 5 overs into his spell. So some would say that because he's good enough, he would have gotten out with Shamar Joseph. It just feels to me as though they felt, let's get the white ball skills into play to begin with, and then bring back the ever impressive Mohamed Abbas to clean up.
To be honest, it was fantastic match awareness from Muhammad Ali. Recognizing Shamar Joseph's positive intent, wanting to get on with things quickly. Just taking pace off those deliveries. Just needed to be enough. He was just a bit early through that stroke, and that's all it took. He's been good in this test match, Ali. Showing all his skills. Big, strong guy. Now, new batter at the crease. Another partnership needed here for the West Indies. But what do you make of this lead, considering what we've seen in terms of the pitch conditions, Carlos? 192.
I think an hour before, half hour bore close of play yesterday, snapped your hand off for even 190. Approaching 200, still with 2 wickets in hand after an explosive partnership between Roach and Shamar Joseph. I think Pakistan are the ones now realizing that the game is slipping away. I think 200 is that magic number. As soon as you think they need at least 8 runs, Pakistan are almost thinking they need 2 wickets before they get to 8 runs. And we never know. They put on a heavy roller, or they let roll for that matter. And because the sun is continually baked down on it, you might get that period where it feels a little bit more true. I've said I feel as though in this particular game, the new ball has felt like a power play. You can actually get the new ball away, but it was so difficult to get the softer, older ball away, and the bowlers found more joy.
Lightly aerial chance here, direct hit needed. Just 1 run from that Abbas comeback over, 163 for 8. A few wrist issues here for Jamel Warrican. Not sure he was hit on that wrist, probably when playing that stroke. He had to use his wrists, keep that one down. Not exactly sure when the injury would have occurred. Direct hit definitely would have had him. Definitely would have had him. Good work by Abbas, trying to get back to the stumps to affect the run out.
I wonder if it's when he played the pull shot, or he'd tell you that he was breaking his wrist. That's why he had the little discomfort. But we talk about risk reward, and we were saluting Shamar Joseph and his impact. And the 2 balls that shows the real side of risk and reward, and how it looks amazing when it comes off. And some people will say it can look brainless or brain dead when it doesn't. I like to think we're somewhere in the middle. First inning, Shea Hope goes bang, 6 off Shazad. Second inning, slightly weary pitch, similar ball, similar line. Maybe that one just jagged back a little bit more. Attempting a similar shot. And dismissed. And you'd look at the second video in isolation and you ask why. But when he played this shot in the first innings, we were all singing his praises, and it's not too dissimilar a delivery. Just a little bit shorter. And the one that hitting the stumps actually tracking back versus the other one a nice away swinger. So there's risk and reward, and for someone like a Shamar Joseph, it's probably more expected, less so for Shea Hope. But that is a fine line you straddle. When you show that positive intent, you can be dismissed. So for someone like Shea Hope, it's uncharacteristic, so there'll be more conversations around. But for players who want to be expressive, whether red ball or white ball, there is the risk that you can lose your wicket. And I'd hope that the conversations in the dressing room are less about what kind of shot was that and more about the execution. You could see it's a length thing. Kimar Roach mentioned needing to put the bowlers under pressure because one had your name on it. And I felt as though delivery before had the width. The delivery he got out with was too close, albeit close in length to what he wanted to attack.
The only thing I'll add to that is that the situation of the game yesterday when that shot was played, it's quite surprising for me. As you said, uncharacteristic from Shea Hope, but has got the length that he's looking to take on, but that inward movement, and it's been an area of concern a bit in this match. That ball moving back into Shea Hope has caused him a few problems. Also maybe a bit of mental fatigue, to borrow that phrase from Samuel Badri. Top edge will be runs. It's gonna fly over the boundary for 6. No fielders there. And Warrican is picking up where Shamar Joseph left off.
Yeah, he's playing at that wrist again. I suspected it was the first short ball he played, but this one gave him more reward for the attempt. Again, trying to roll the wrist, presenting the full edge for it to fly straight over the fielder and keeper. Maximum reward in the 6. He smiled. He enjoyed that, Jamal Warrican, regardless of where it went. He got 6 nonetheless.
Follows up with a bouncer. Well played by Jamal Warrican. Pretty similar to Kamar Roach in the fact that he can spend time at the crease. He's also featured in quite a few rear guard performances, helping to lift the West Indies out of trouble, save games. A big heart, very committed to the cause. Roach again facing 62 deliveries. Spending a lot of time at the crease. .169 for 8. Lead 198, just 2 away from 200. Based on what we've seen in this match, it must be said West Indies are in pole position at the moment. And he's gone straight into extra cover. Babar Azam, Abbas into the wickets here on day 4. His 4th. Roach has to go for a well-played 18. The Windies have just 1 wicket remaining here. This lead still just 2 below 200.
Yeah, Bass back to what we know he can do. Just hitting that length again. Maybe not full enough to drive. See Kemar Roach having a glance at the sticker as he walks off. Pull the length back. It's been some good rear guard action when needed. He got 18. West Indies 169 for 9.
Aiden Seals, final batter in this West Indian lineup. It was a wicket. Wasn't quite there for the drive and didn't go hard at it, Kemar Roach. Hit quite high up on the bat. Still a bit of bounce here. Haven't seen too much of that low bounce on day 4. Once again, Mohamed Abbas into the wickets, his 7th wicket of the match. Hunting another fifer.
Have the time, how long Jaden Seals will last. We're talking about that mental fatigue and the schedule, and why he did have some grace for Shea Hope is, remember, take it all the way back to the World Cup in India when they had to spend an extra 11 days in India. He took time off between the World Cup and the summer to ensure that he was mentally refreshed to captain T20 and ODI team, but also to be able to keep wicket and play a big role with the bat in Test cricket. And if we look to this game alone, by the time he got out, there was only 40 overs in the whole 3 days play that he was not on the field for. And you add that on to a 5-match series against New Zealand in ODI, a full series against Sri Lanka, white ball and red ball, and there's still 1 test to come. So often when we talk about mental fatigue and mental health, we almost always think in extremes. But how important is it for a player to be able to get away, sometimes mid-series, sometimes between a series, and just put a bat down, put your gloves down, don't touch a ball, and just get away to somewhere that doesn't play cricket. You don't watch cricket. It may only be for a couple nights or whatever, just to refresh yourself. And I just hope that between this series and CPL, he's afforded that opportunity to get a few days off and refresh.
I'll just ask you quickly, how sustainable is it going forward, considering he's an all-format player, he's a wicket-keeper batsman in all formats? How sustainable is it, in your opinion?
Well, it's tough, but I salute him, because he could have easily gone and played franchise cricket just after the World Cup and then chicken out of a few tests, or maybe the odd ODI and say he's injured, but he sacrificed everything between the World Cup and the summer to be able to be ready for the entire summer, as jam-packed as it was, responsibility as it may be. So when you see players making that kind of sacrifice, you have to appreciate it, you have to give them a bit of grace. A well-run 2 to finish the over. It may be 3, it may be, or he can with dip and look, and 3 it will remain. Another 3, 53 overs gone, 172 for 9 West Indies. The lead 200.
Lead for the West Indies swells to 201. Quite a dominant position at this stage. It's amazing how quickly things can change in this game. Yesterday was a fantastic day of Test cricket. It started in a similar vein here. 10 overs, 46 runs, 2 wickets. So it's been action-packed here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Anticipate this will be an exciting finish as well. Still a long way to go. Jayden Seales 3 of 5. He's also shown an improvement in his batting ability. This was that stroke that pushed that lead past 200. And poor backing up as well, allowing the West Indies to come through for an extra run. So every run absolutely crucial here. Been a lot said about the partnership that was shared between Seales and Roach. That in 2021 in Sabina, a 1-wicket win in the end. I've seen Jayden Seales just steadily improving, incremental improvements as a batter. Top scored in that CWI 4-day final versus Guyana, coming in at number 11. Top scored with a well-played 70. For me, he was the standout player in that match. Wickets and runs. Hoping to eke out a few here as well. Like that into the gap. No fielder at third man. They'll get close to the boundary. Good work. Fantastic work there by the Pakistani fielder. Substitute fielder on the field. And a no ball. So insult to injury here, Carlos.
Just about to say it's a good chase from two of the Pakistani fielders to save a run. I want to see that extra run added due to the no ball, as we can see on screen. And it's been good cricket. That's a good hustle, because he dived initially and then had to get back up and chase it. And you talk about chasing in pairs. Good cricket.
It was Sajin Khan, and as on a waist there, pulling off a good piece of fielding, good partnership, good teamwork. And as well as Ali's bowled in this match, he's been a little unlucky, hasn't he? Could have picked up quite a few more wickets, 6 wickets in the match.
Yeah, that's the initial dive, and then he got up and heard behind it. I don't know if he was fast or the ball slowed up, but the effort nonetheless to get there, pull it back, and his partner in tow staying close enough to receive the catch and throw it in. It's been good cricket. Except in the ball, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah, nice clip from Warrican. Thinking about 2. But partnership just 8 of 10. Left-hand, right-hand combination proving to be a bit of a problem here early. Pakistan can't quite nail down their lines and lengths. Field has to adjust every time. We've got the 2 slips and a gully in. Does Ali. To go short. Won that one on the body as Seales.
It was good to hear you, Molly, just mention, incremental improvements and seeing it, because sometimes as media and as fans, we like to deal in results only. You win, you're good, you lose, you're bad. But I've been saying for a while now that I've been watching this team grow in stature as a collective. Yes, there's still some teething issues. They can get better. There's always room for improvement. But when you look at how they held their own against Australia last summer, basically in the game up until the second innings each and every time, and just worn down by the sheer quality. I know they've equipped themselves against Sri Lanka and now Pakistan. There has been improvement.
The best improvement has been with the bat here for the West Indies. 177 for 9. Fast bowlers used for Pakistan. Rare thought for Ali Usman on debut. Hasn't really contributed as much as maybe he would have anticipated. It's been a pace dominant performance so far from Pakistan. Pace taking all the wickets for Pakistan. It hasn't been that memorable a debut, has it, Carlos?
He has got in some cardio if he wants a consolation. Running up and down, and maybe, just maybe, have a part to play with the bat as well. Does that signal lack of confidence, Mali? Oh, all the boys coming down, ready to go any moment now, it feels. Declaration impending, who knows? But as a collective, get ready and sit in the dugout and just wait. Warwick would remind you that he used to have an average of 40 when or 60 when he was only dismissed once and had 60 runs.
If I was Jamal Warwick, and I feel slightly offended, to be honest. Look at that forward defense. Good stride, decent head position. He's a fighter, that's for sure. Definitely give his all for the West Indian cause, and that's what you want to see, that commitment. Be it with bat, be it with ball. The game has slightly changed, hasn't it? It's trending towards being able to contribute in both aspects, bat and ball, also, well, three-dimensional and in the field. Got to be able to contribute. Running repairs here for Mohammad Rizwan. Coming up to the stumps, he's going to stand up to Mohammad Abbas. Just hoping to keep Jamel Warwick at home. The gap will be 4. Not quite out the middle, but nonetheless runs at a premium. This lead continues to swell.
This is actually well played by Jamal Warwick, covering his stumps, coming forward with soft hands. So even though it took the outer part of the bat, it went straight down. Didn't intend it to go between slip and gully, but knowing how technically proficient he was with keeping his soft hands and not going away from his body, the fact that it did go through the gap allowed it to also run all the way for 4. This is the point where, as a fielding team, you just start to think these little edges and niggles and nurdles, nuisance runs, will be frustrating the fielding team.
Yes, buddy.
Through the gap, through the gate, an absolute ripper. 5 for Mohammad Abbas.
Hang on. Checking for
I think we'll have a check for a no ball here.
No, fair delivery.
But it's been given. 5 his 7th at this level. What a performance it's been from Mohammad Abbas. He's picked up 8 wickets in the match. And he's given his team an opportunity here. West Indies lead by 211. Warwick bowled for 14. Jaden Seals not out on 6.
Tight call on the no ball line. You could hear Jaden Seals saying it might be a no ball, but just dragged him open. Enough between bat and pad. And a punch of delight. Eyes wide. Scream, a salute, and a prayer. Incredible performance from Mohamed Abbas. 5 for 22 all told. 211 runs lead. You just don't know if that is enough. Has he bowled his team to victory? Has he given them a fighting chance? You have to say that. You would have to sit on defense on the basis of play and think 211 is enough for the West Indies to think they're slightly ahead. But Pakistan would also think it's quite gettable.
30 wickets to pace so far in this match. Pakistan taking all 20 for the first time in 31 years. Last time was versus Zimbabwe in Harare, 1995. So history once again here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Fantastically poised this match. West Indies bowled out for 181. Top score of 38 by Shamar Joseph. Tej Chandapal as well, chipping in with 35. 20 to Justin Graves. Partnership of 61 for the 8th wicket, the best for the West Indies. It's been a real struggle for Pakistan to find lower order partnerships, so we'll see how they get on in their second innings.
Pick of the bowlers right at the top. Mohamed Abbas, 5 for 22, a miserly economy of 1.39. Everyone that took the ball in hand made a breakthrough. 2 to Shazad, 2 to Muhammad Ali, and 1 to Amir Jamal with an improved performance. But Mohamed Abbas, the star of the second innings with ball in hand.
This is the tail of the tape. West Indies bowled out for 181. 54.5 overs. Pakistan behind by 211 to win the match. Back with the run chase in a few minutes.
That is absolutely perfect. is top class.
Test cricket in its most glorious form, the light roller being applied by Pakistan, which means they perhaps like the way the pitch played in the first hour. We didn't see too many deliveries keeping low, but it took an hour to bowl out the West Indies for 181 with a 38 to Shamar Joseph, 14 to Jomel Warrican. 5-wicket haul, a 7th in Test match cricket for the very, very impressive Mohammad Abbas. 2 wickets to Shahzad, and Muhammad Ali has had his best haul in a Test match in his career, 1 to Jamal. 2 seamers, Justin Graves and Abbas, have been brilliant in this Test match. Stacey Ann King, West Indies wicket, starting with Brandon King.
Again, Mohammad Abbas and the areas in which he bowled on the surface, able to get the dismissal, the early breakthrough of the opener Brandon King. They also picked up Kavim Hodge with another fourth stump line delivery that sort of kicked off the surface. He was the danger man for Pakistan, and the bowling plan was clear. Attack the stumps. This was amazing from Muhammad Ali. Bowled and caught Justin Amir Jangu, caught in between, just pushing at a delivery, but take nothing away from the excellent catch, the athleticism from Muhammad Ali. To hold on to a return catch. Easy feet as a seam bowler. He's been excellent. Muhammad Ali. And Shea Hope was the next to go, hitting a boundary of the previous delivery. And then an conventional drive to miss eye hit. Something not associated to Test cricket, that shot. Tej Narayan Chandapur went for 35. Port Usman bowled Jamal. Just getting that top edge. And an easy catch with a short mid-wicket. Did a really good innings leading up, really aggressive. It was Justin Graves who went for just 20 or 44. But striking again, played on the up. Baba Azam with a spectacular catch going to his left. Yeah, they just couldn't stop with Abbas and his bowling. Another edge from Roston Chase, and Shahzad this time made the breakthrough. A few issues with his run-up, but take nothing away from the pace on and the variation. And then it was after a very good partnership, 61 from Shamar Joseph and Kima Joseph, just trying a bit too hard. Pace off this delivery got the better of Shamar Joseph. Kima Roach went a while after for 18. Exactly timing that delivery or giving very much into it. Was the 4th wicket for Mohammad Abbas. He was exceptional in this bowling spell and just finished things up. Mohammad Abbas getting the wicket of Jomel Warrican through the gates, finishing with 5 wickets. Mohammad Abbas, an excellent spell. Pakistan will be happy with the way things have gone this morning session for them. Mohammad Abbas standing out with 5 for 22. Ali and Shahzad 2 each. Joseph with his 38 as the highest score of that innings. And Pakistan lead by only 211 runs to win.
Dan Masood hasn't been on the field today, and the news is, official news is, he has a fractured finger from his batting yesterday. Jaden Seals Man who's caused the unfortunate damage, fractured finger, but he will bat. Well, we await official word as to whether he will make an entrance. Not sure. Tape on that hand, that finger. Coming off the bus this morning. Wish Shan well. Time will tell whether he can take his place. And away Sue has fallen 4 times out of 5 test innings from bowlers coming round the wicket, as he did to Kemar Roach for naught in the first innings. But he has an opportunity now to change that trend and counter this. Already has a test match 100. Talented young player, and Roach be round the wicket at him again. 2 slips and a gully. Look for the away movement and the natural variation to complement it. I'll add my voice to Mohammad Abbas. I was surprised. I thought he would have bowled the second over this morning. It was an error in judgment by Pakistan not to use Mohammad Abbas in tandem with Muhammad Ali. Whatever the way Shama was playing, you bowl your best bowlers. Anyway, that doesn't matter. Now, brilliant on Mohammad Abbas. Soldier, if ever there was one, of Pakistan cricket, doing what he does from the very start, getting rid of Brandon King, Kavem Hodge, Justin Graves yesterday, and then belatedly into the attack in a similar way. He got Justin Graves, he got Kemar Roach, and then Warwickam. He has that ability to hit a length. To trust him on a pitch like this, but he's justified again.
We found out that it could have possibly been a no ball, that last delivery, that final delivery to pick up the wicket, Mohammad Abbas. Yeah, he was very concerned. 5 for 22. Just look at the economy rate. He's been exceptional when it comes to those dot balls. All 5 seamers in the wickets.
You could have done start with him, and if you get hit for 4, you pull him out of the attack. Head of Shazad. Oh, brilliant. That's the right length.
Beautifully angling that delivery, Kemar Roach. This is what he'll do. He'll test the judgment of Hassan Awis, because he got him out in the first innings.
You can argue there's a predictability to it, but it's a predictability that's worked magnificently over an established career. For a man who doesn't set tongues wagging in terms of electricity and excitement, he just bores you to death. And it's something Kemar Roach said. Sometimes you have to be prepared to be boring in conditions like these as a bowling unit. Just let the pitch do the work for you. Maiden over.
So that list of best bowling averages in Test for the last 10 years. 18 wickets.
Right arm over. That's centre.
He's an esteemed list. Jasprit Bumrah, perhaps the best all-format bowler. KG Rabada, a South African great and working his way up to being a world great. Pat Cummins, exceptional. And of course, James Anderson's legacy has already been written. So for Mohammad Abbas to be in that group, don't play as much Test cricket. He hasn't been afforded the opportunity to play as much as he could have. Say the same about Kemar Roach too. Jaden Seals. Where's it pitched? Where's it pitched? The thought in the umpire's mind, has it pitched outside the line of leg stump? Was it doing too much? We will find out.
And what I was looking for is the wicket keeper, Shea Hope, and his movement. Remember, that was a discussion in the first innings as well as to, is the wicketkeeper moving down the leg side, which sort of gives it away if it's going down leg.
I can pull you in on that, Stacey Ann King, and say never, ever go by where the wicketkeeper is going. Seriously. I've seen wicketkeepers over my long time in this chair pitching in line. Impact would have been umpire's call. He's had a couple of those, Jaden Seals. Never judge it by the wicketkeeper. They don't always get it right, and sometimes the shape of the ball makes them go one way. But it doesn't necessarily, I've seen it time and again, determine the veracity of the decision. Big day for Test match cricket. Big day for these two teams. They're both in it as we sit here right now, and Test cricket is glorious, particularly when the bowlers are in the game, as they have been here.
Jaden Seal in that first innings would have bowled 22 overs. Just picked up the one wicket, but much tighter in terms of the line and the start this morning. Guilty of being just a bit too wide, leaking a few boundaries in that first innings.
There's a discussion about running into the danger area from Alex Wolf. Nice touch from Imam. Five without loss.
Just letting him know where he landed in that area of concern.
Years ago, Seals would run close to the stumps and get in trouble running on the pitch, and he was forced to go a little bit wider in the last couple of years to stay off running in the danger area. It's an area where the left arm spinner to the left arm batter could work into those footmarks. Close on it, so he's got the initial conversation going. Over's not an issue, time not an issue in this pursuit of 211. 206 more for Pakistan, so it's not a consequence of them having to rush, but different batters will play in different modes if they get a chance to come in. You have to work out for yourself. If you're Imam and Azan, what tempo is best suiting you? Got him! Round the wicket again! Again! For the 5th time in 6 innings in Test cricket, and Roach has his man twice in the match. In fact, it's Imam that's dismissed.
Yeah, the angle being undone, having to play at a delivery that's shaping in, but leaving the batter. Imam goes for 3, West Pakistan 5 for 1.
Pakistan's captain Babar Azam makes his way to the crease. Jaden Seals nicked him off, and no doubt Jaden Seals will be salivating at the opportunity, if he can, to bowl at him. So good round the wicket, Kemar Roach. Just the back edge of that good length. Dreadful sound of the no ball again. He's bowled a couple in this match.
A confirmation. Nothing behind that line.
Off the mark. In the test match, and they come back for 3. Oh, goodness me. Goodness me. It is referred.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a run out at the wicketkeeper's end. Can you start with the side on angle, please? If bat's grounded, he's running. Thank you. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Safely home. Not out the decision. The approach to Babar Azam is quite different to Azan. He's bowling a lot fuller, Kemar Roach. Yeah, swinging delivery needs to start that possibly on that off-stump line.
change in the field where they've moved the short mid-wicket that was there in Kimo Paul into a short backward square leg catching, in addition to a forward square, which he goes straight to him now, Tejnarai Chandapol.
I think the plan is possibly to get into that rough area just to see if the ball will kick a bit, which why he has those catchers.
And start it a little more outside the off stump so he targets the stumps, or he can get the odd ball to straighten, hold its line. Two straight. 10 for 1. Salman Aliaga with bat in hand. Remember, Shan came at 3 in the first inning, scored this wonderful 100, but because of that fractured hand, has not come in at his normal position in this test match. See if he comes in at all, if the opportunity presents.
The approach from Kemar Roach has been just fuller for the right-handed batter. Tell that what's going down there.
How long it depends on how he persists and how Azan continues leaving the ball. If Jaden Seals will look to incrementally get him to play, wouldn't be too far of thinking about going round the wicket if nothing happens soon, but he'll stick with over the wicket for the moment.
At 2 and 3, we saw the pitch sort of misbehaved a bit, so he's searching for what is the right length, and he's bowled both over and around the wicket.
Dan's in there at 4, but we're not sure whether he comes at 4 with that fractured finger. See him round the wicket a little bit later on. 10 for 1 after 4.
101 more required by Pakistan. 9 wickets for the West Indies. Really nicely positioned this contest. Azam would know what Kemar Roach is trying to do to get that ball shaping back into him, and then some deviation off the surface because of the field positioning, but also because of what he's seen. Can Kemar Roach get one to just straighten and get those slip fielders wicketkeeper into play? Carlos Brathwaite alongside me. Carlos, 201. How far away does that seem?
You know, it feels ages away, to be fair, especially one down. I'm sure the man on screen, Babar Azam, would know it just takes a period of calm with the bat. Every fielding team starts buoyant, loads of energy. Once the ball gets a bit older, a few freebies are handed out and you get on a roll and build a partnership. These could subside quickly. So for him, it would all be getting through this period, negotiating the legend Kemar Roach. Skill v skill.
Yeah, deliberate with that one, gets a lot of bat on it, gets it all the way to the boundary. A bit shorter than we've seen from Kemar Roach. Seems to be a no ball as well, yes, confirmation. So 5 more added to the total, into the 190s now. Every run vital.
This is going to be important. Who would lose the no ball race? But staying very positive, Babar Azam. You could even see in his defense how positive he is. It's a real battle of wit and skill between these two. Kemar Roach with ball in hand, 300 plus test wickets, and Babar Azam, one of the defining batters of the generation. Just feel as though challenges like this sometimes get the best out of competitors, such as the two of these. It's been a compelling watch so far, Roach to Babar Azam.
Sense that this man's innings is going to be the difference in this contest. He has experience. A record batting at number 4. They've lost Mama. Already, but you just feel that the loss of Shan Masood at number 3 might be a more impactful blow for Pakistan. Century in the first innings, remember. Got the measure of the West Indian bowling attack. Have been forced to adjust that batting lineup, and it remains to be seen whether or not he comes out at some point. For now, looking to go to that luncheon interval without any further loss. Looking to take him down in that slip cordon.
Yeah, Kemar Roach spoke so eloquently about hitting a good length. And he talked the talk, now he's walking the walk. Reward again, back-to-back deliveries, just hitting that good length. One will keep low, it's a 4th day pitch. One may just rear its ugly head like that one. West Indies get 10 of those, they'll be happy. But it's a process. Process started well by the legend.
There will be another boundary in the over. Offensive 111 coming from it. 21 for 1. still in the infancy of forging this partnership, Azan and Baba. Right-left combination. Jaden Seals will continue from that southern end. Gone. Jaden Seals into the act as well. He really loves bowling from that southern end. Goes across the left-hander. And Pakistan now find themselves in early trouble. 2 down.
Persistence, full of length, enticing the drive, finding the edge. And a punch that says thank you, but there's so much more left to do. Nothing else left to do for Azan Owais in this game. 21 for 2 Pakistan.
West Indian faithfuls are in, looking at this historic first ever test match at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Will it be a first ever win for the West Indies here? Will Pakistan fight back? Salman Ali Agha, newest to the crease. Couple of right-handers now. Yeah, full. The length is what's important here from Jaden Seals. Going across the left-hander, tempting him. Azan couldn't resist. Muted celebrations from Jaden Seals. We've seen him before with an excitable celebration. This time, calm and composed. Job not yet done. That's exactly what Ravi Rampal wanted him to do.
Interesting field, Kimo Paul standing just look at the left of your screen. Can't miss Kimo Paul with his hair flowing, reminiscent of a Marwan Fellaini. Interesting little position there, a square catcher. Normally you see a catcher is at short extra cover. This is more like a short point. So there's reinforcement behind him. There's a deep point, and there's a gully catching position, and Kimo Paul catching position as well. So they can entice him to drive.
I asked towards the end of that West Indian innings, what would be the approach of Pakistan on this surface? Interview earlier today, Kima Roach said that on this surface there appears to be a ball with your name on it if you're just pushing and prodding. So you have to look to score even whilst you're defending your wicket. Can you get that balance? Because we've seen enough from the surface, the variability that suggests one's going to get you at some point.
And that's where I think Pakistan will miss Shan as well, for 2 reasons. This has come back in the test cricket. His strike rate has gone from 45 to about 64, 65. So he's added some impetus, and the way he batted in the first inning as well, albeit streaky, he put the bowlers under pressure. The other thing is Babar Azam's average at 3 is stark difference to when he bats at 4. 26.47 as an average at number 3. A tick over 50 when he bats at number 4. So that injury's forced him slightly out of his comfort zone. Batting position is concerned, and I just wonder if it leaves a little bit of impetus and intent back in the dressing room as opposed to out in the middle.
Salman Ali Agha batting at position 4 for the first time in his test career. That injury has resulted in some changes in this batting lineup. Not ideal, not what they wanted. Really like Baba at 4 and Salman Ali Aga a little bit lower down. Slated to come in next, but we're uncertain as to where he is in terms of that injury, Shan Masood. Two left-handers at the top of the order, both back in the hut. Wicket made, and how many have we seen of those in this test match? 21 for 2. $190 runs adrift. You know, now have 8 wickets in hand. West Indies on top at the moment. And that's Kimo Paul for you. That's what he brings. Really quick along the ground, agile, athletic. He has to do some work with that hairstyle, but his fielding, phenomenal.
One of the best fielders in the region. Even with the wrong hand, as you say, his stronger hand, where you think that naturally go with his left. Studies have proved you don't lose much leverage regardless of hand you go with. So you say to go with the dominant one. Sublime piece of fielding.
That one kept it low on Baba.
Heard Ian Bishop speak so eloquently yesterday about spacing the deliveries out. How can you build pressure before you throw that nugget out there? In the previous over, this was Seals to Azan, building away on that good length that we spoke so much about. Restrict him, and then the first ball of the next over, throwing a nice little piece of bait out there and hooked and out.
He's usually very animated, Jadon Seals. Has had a little talk with him in the first inning, so it's muted him slightly this time around. But these fans, they remain boisterous, celebrating every moment that West Indies find themselves on top. Baba Azam has, from a cricketing family, a couple of his cousins, 3 of them actually, Kamran, Umar and Adnan Akmal, all played for Pakistan. So he was brought up in an environment where cricket was played all around him. We heard of his childhood story, being denied, rejected from the academy and having to fight his way to get into it. Serving as a ball boy, looking at A.B. de Villiers' bat in Lahore. Prodigious swing there. We heard of his disciplined father, who was a stern disciplinarian actually, and that has molded the player that we've seen today. Still trying to re-establish himself, had wonderful numbers not too long ago, fallen away since. Captaincy given or thrusted upon him again, so he's looking now for reinvigoration in his career, and he get Pakistan over the line here. That will add to his reinvigoration. 2 full from Kemar Roach, 25 for 2. Some dark clouds in the distance. I'll show if that is threatening or will be threatening later on. This is threatening though. A huge shout from Jaden Seals. Finger goes up. There will be a discussion between Salman Aliaga and Baba Azam. Yeah, he's taken the review.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Okay. Ball is passing close to both bat and the pad. Can we have Ultra Edge to check first contact, please? Okay, just take it back one frame. Yeah. One more frame forward. Just a frame back and then roll it forward. Rock and roll that for me, please. Yeah, one frame back and then forward. Okay. I see the ball on the pad and also on the bat. I have nothing conclusive to say that the ball has hit the bat first. Move on to ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets hitting, original decision out. Alex, stay with your out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Decision upheld. A second wicket for Jaden Seals. A third wicket for the West Indies. Baba Azam stands alone out in the middle at the moment. Salman Aliaga couldn't get enough bat early on that one. And that celebration from Justin Graves. A brief stay. 25 for 3 now. My oh my, lots of wickets on day 4, the morning of day 4. Mohammad Rizwan, the new batter, lots of experience as well. He'll need to rely and to call upon all of what he's gotten so far, Carlos.
Yeah, it was a good shout. You know, bat and pad were close together. He showed the bat straight away. He felt he got a nick. You couldn't quite tell if it was pad first or bat first. In between frames, there was indecision. And I like the communication from the third umpire to say there's not conclusive enough evidence to overturn the decision. Reminiscent of umpire's call almost, having to go with the on-field decision because the technology is not conclusive. And if it were in the Pakistan camp, especially Salman Aliaga, probably would feel aggrieved. But based on the decision on the field, the communication from the third umpire, I thought they got to the right decision in the right way.
What's that? Yeah, that will create a lot of confusion in his mind. That first delivery, hitting a crack and jogging away, keeping low on its way through as well. Yeah, I've never seen this before.
Jaguar.
Hissing like a snake, perhaps. But certainly there is some hiss of this surface for Jaden Seals and the West Indians. no Shan Masood as yet, so you can only assume that he might not take the field.
What I've enjoyed from the West Indies this morning is the discipline. And I think you'd see from Kemar Roach, if he continues, he needs to be a little bit more disciplined as well. He is setting up Babar Azam. You feel as though there's something there, but he has to space out those wicket-taking deliveries. Jaden Seals has been fantastic. 3 runs yielded in 3.5 overs. He's been just on there, thereabouts. He has the field set for it. There's no fine legs, so you know there's nothing short coming. There isn't to be any errant, lined bowling. You have a reinforced offside with Kemo Paul catching for the drive, and you have someone on the boundary, saving that boundary at deep point. Your job is to bowl wicket to wicket, allow the pitch to assist you, and he's done that fantastically so far.
Just a few minutes before that luncheon interval, so they'll be mindful of that. Just about 7 minutes or so to go. West Indies will want one more to go in with them. Guess what, folks? Another wicket maiden for Jaden Seals. And another one to this test match, 25 for 3. Babar Azam has scored 14 of the 25 runs so far. Shamar Joseph into the attack. 14 wicket maidens in the test match, Carlos. 14 of them. Jaden Seals has 2. Justin Graves had 5.
And we spoke about building pressure. And when you see it with the eyes and the eye test tells you to do it, and then the stats back it up. 14 wicket maidens, it proves that building pressure yields reward, and sustained pressure. Seals has been phenomenal. 3 runs so far in his 4 overs and 2 wickets to boot.
We just saw a little stat coming in here with Jaden Seals from our statsman Mazza. Carlos, most wickets for West Indies in tests before turning 25. Jaden Seals 105 wickets now, 29 matches. He's not yet 25, Carlos. His trajectory, where is he going?
I think right to the top. I think when we spoke about torch being passed on from Kemar Roach to Jaden Seals, you have to say that Jaden Seals is probably the next Kemar Roach. Not for the similarities in bowling, but where you think they can take this test attack. And Kemar would have been fiery fast, reinvented himself with skill. Jaden, I feel, is the perfect mix of that. He still hovers around 134 to 136, so he's fast enough. And he's extremely skillful, a little bit taller as well to add as a threat. We talk about threat. We don't need that rain to come. Stay in San Fernando or wherever you are. I think Jaden Seals could be the next modern day test bowling legend that the West Indies produce. He's well on his way there. Pose a question to you, Samuel, as someone in admin and who deals with development. How do you prevent a Jaden Seals from enjoying a little bit of franchise cricket, but prioritizing and being financially compensated well enough to prioritize test cricket? and go on to produce the numbers that we feel, on the basis of what he's done so far, he's more than capable of producing for a prolonged period of time.
I'm going to make a note about Shamar Joseph as well. Another one of those. Emo Paul again, nothing gets by him. Fleet-footed, agile, really good in the field. What a substitute fielder to have. Cut-like reflexes, and up and ready to throw. Take a run at your own peril. The one is this man. So we spoke about Jaden Seals, but Shamar Joseph as well will be the future of this current and future, actually, West Indian bowling attack. But it's a really good question you pose there. How do we get our best talent to play for West Indies across formats most of the time? About once a couple should get them easily. We'll come back to that discussion in the next over. 27 for 3. Dark clouds seem to have gone by us, which is good news. Further to the left of screen there, much clearer, so that's not going to bother us, it's not going to threaten us. It's further south, so that's fine. Right, Carlos, closer to San Fernando Hill, so you know your bearings, your geography of the area. Right, 184 needed. 7 wickets. It will be the last over before lunch, and Jaden Seals, who has had 2 consecutive wicket maidens, continues. Jaden himself mentioned, Carlos and viewers, that this format, when he has that red ball in his hands, he feels almost like Superman. So he loves red ball cricket, he loves test cricket. But opportunities will come. Continued opportunities will come in franchise cricket, and who wouldn't want to take those opportunities to make financial rewards and the time that you have to spend? So I suppose discussions must be had in terms of rewarding them with contracts, central retainer contracts. The other thing too is that we don't have too many test matches in our calendar. This team don't play as many as other nations, so that's, I suppose, good in a sense, so that when we do have those test matches that are few and far between, expect that there's availability, but certainly discussions and compromises have to be made along the way, and I think in recent times, Cricket West Indies, they've done a good job with that. Director of Cricket, Miles Bascom, he understands the landscape now and knows that these players are in high demand externally. So how do we get them available for West Indian duty, and how can we allow them to do what they can outside?
Yeah, like I know they are. There's been a lot of talk now about depth charts and whatnot. But if we can segment when they play to keep them fresh. So from my personal perspective with Jaden Seals, with a summer like we've just had, if he can play test cricket and 50 over, he can get refreshed during the T20 series. Another chance created. It won't be another wicket maiden as just camper through for a single. For Shamar Joseph, it would be test cricket and T20 cricket, and take a break when there's ODI cricket. You have Alzari Joseph, who's somewhere in between, I think, for ODI cricket for him for sure. And then a conversation needs to be had with him. Would that other format be test or white ball? So I'm keeping my 3 premier fast bowlers between 3 formats as fresh as possible, while giving them a rest for at least one of them, so they can stay refreshed mentally and physically.
The thing with that though, because of where we're positioned in one-day international cricket and direct qualification, it puts a little spanner in the mix. If we were higher up on the table and we didn't have to worry about direct qualification, it would have been easier. to allow someone like an Alzari Joseph, a Jaden Seals, a Shamar Joseph to get a rest in between. But when every game matters as much as it does for the West Indies, it becomes a little bit trickier. That should be lunch on day 4. Baba Azam, obdurate and resolute, unbeaten on 16, but it's the West Indians who have taken possession of day 4. The early exchanges anyway, adding runs to the overnight total and getting 3 top-order Pakistan batters. Jaden Seals, a couple of them. Kima Roach with the other. A lot of thoughts will go through those two, their minds and that Pakistan dressing room as to how they can navigate the rest of this test match. Rustam Chase will have some thoughts of his own, but in a very strong position, if not dominant at the moment, the West Indies. Pakistan did what they wanted to do this morning. They got the remaining wickets of the West Indians. Their turn to bat though. Opening batters both fell for 3. Salman Ali Agha without scoring. Khan Masood, we haven't seen him yet, but a lot of work to do for Pakistan if they are to get that target.
Jaden Seals has been the pick of the bowlers at less than a run per over. But more importantly, 2 wickets in the right-hand column. Kima Roach started the slide with the wicket of Imam Ul-Haq. Shamar Joseph has just delivered the solitary over so far.
This match has moved on with some pace. West Indies 311 in the first innings. They got a lead of 29 by having bowled out Pakistan for 282. And then West Indies got to 181, a useful partnership between Roach and Shamar Joseph of 61. Overall lead of 211. Pakistan 28 for 3. Still require 183 runs to win, 7 wickets in hand. An exciting session. Morning, Kima Roach. A boundary down the leg side, and another one. Shamar Joseph was in his company and he was playing his shots. Top edge for 4. There was no guessing. That was a 50-run partnership. And they both enjoyed that. Continued to play his shots. That was hit with a plumb down the ground. Slow ball brought about his demise. Muhammad Ali getting the length absolutely spot on. And then Jamal Warrican, the last wicket to fall, a 5-wicket haul for Mohammad Abbas. Pakistan opening pair came out and knew it was going to be tricky, and tricky it was. Kima Roach striking early on in the plot. Imam couldn't get his bat out of the way. Azam got a boundary down backward of square region. He was looking good. There was some wickets around him though. Didn't see it. Rid of Hazan, caught behind. Another solid strike down the ground all along for 4. Didn't see it again, getting rid of Salman Ali Agha without scoring. 3 strikes for the West Indians. The pre-lunch session. Right, confirmation of where we're at. Pakistan 183 to win. West Indies 7 wickets to win. All to play for. Exciting second session coming your way shortly. We'll take a break and we'll have some further analysis of session 1.
is top class.
Mohamed Abbas has been in the wickets once again. A 7th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket. A little belatedly into the attack this morning. But the elder statesman, the veteran, has made history once again. He just does what Mohamed Abbas continues to do. And what that has done is that it's put the Test match in another interesting position with the West Indies 311, Pakistan 282, a lead of 29 on first innings. West Indies bowled out this morning for 181, adding 55 to their overnight total, and Pakistan 28 for 3 in response, still needing another 183 runs, and they have an injury to Shan Masood. Thank you very much for joining us once again here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad. The game keeps rolling along, and this is why we love Test match cricket. It is absolutely brilliant, and more so when the bowlers are in the game. Stacey Ann King, not in the game today, but around the game. Mally Richards here with me as well. Stacey, wickets, wickets, wickets again.
Yeah, it's been explosive, this start of today's session. Just the way that Pakistan went about things to restrict West Indies and get those 3 wickets to go on, to have West Indies out there, to have Pakistan out there in the middle batting, and 3 wickets again falling. 6 wickets is the most that has fallen in a day's play.
All right, Mali, as we look at how Pakistan have bowled and the whole story around Mohamed Abbas and the time it took to take out those 3 wickets would mean what?
It would mean that he's given himself, or he's given his team, an opportunity. As you said, Bish, a bit belated start for Mohamed Abbas, but once again showing all that class, being able to wear down these West Indian batters with that accuracy. Mohamed Abbas, aka the metronome.
All right, let's reflect on the 3 wickets that fell early in the morning's play. Within that first hour, it took a little while, but it was Muhammad Ali who started the ball rolling.
Yeah, we wondered why Mohamed Abbas wasn't starting things off, but after a few lusty blows from Shamar Joseph, it was a great delivery in terms of the length and the line from Muhammad Ali. The other wicket to fall was Kemar Roach, just driving uppish to Mohamed Abbas, who seemed to have the ball on a string on the surface. I think it was exceptional from him in terms of his line and length, and then he finished it off with his second 5-wicket haul against the West Indies team. Wicket to wicket, use the surface, any variable bounce comes off the surface, it's a plus. But the plan was clear. Try to pick up these 3 wickets as early as possible and then get into bat and try to chase down whatever the target is.
Yeah, it's just a surface that rewards accuracy. We saw Justin Graves, we saw Muhammad Ali in the first innings, and now Abbas just hitting that good length. And I love the simplicity of it. We've had bowlers in the past, maybe taller, maybe quicker, maybe with a greater range. But he forces you to play very, very often and doesn't give you too many balls either side of the good length.
No, he doesn't. He's ultra skillful as well. He's got that ability to move that ball in and out on that area. Tends to be on a fuller length, but Mohamed Abbas, he's continued to reap the rewards. He's found opportunities hard to come by at times, but every time he's had the ball in his hand for Pakistan, he's proven. He's a proven wicket taker.
Look at those red dots. Look at where the red dots are in that good length area. 5 for 22, a 7th in Test match cricket, and no one uses conditions like these. Not many like him in the world game, to be quite honest with you. And where does he stand in the pantheon of some of the excellent bowlers in the world game? Well, 5 for 22, 6 for 54, 5-wicket haul against Australia, second one today against the West Indies following 2017 Rosso. Australia 5 for 62. So look, we had a graphic this morning that put him on an elite list that includes Jasprit Bumrah, that includes Pat Cummins, and he doesn't have that type of pace. What is he doing?
Yeah, you talk about that, and immediately I think about the fact that he's nowhere close in terms of the express pace that a Jasprit Bumrah will have, or a Kagiso Rabada. He's just used what he knows has worked for him over the years. Line, length, variations, something we noticed as well as him using wider the crease and straighter up the crease, but same release points in terms of where he delivers from. Again, he just uses very subtle variations, and in 30 matches, 118 wickets at an average of 22.38.
Yeah, he's right up there. He's right up there with the best. That's a great illustration. Not the same amount of matches, but every time he has ball in hand, he does the job.
Outstanding from Mohammad Abbas. Real soldier in the game. And then, of course, it was the batters to take precedence in this effort by Pakistan, and the West Indies with the ball, and they started once again very, very well, as you would expect with Kemar Roach.
Yeah, Kemar Roach, he's been absolutely fantastic, especially to left-handers from around the wicket. Once again, angled in, a bit of extra bounce this time, a bit too close for Imam there, maybe shaping to cut. Took the glove, good catch from Shea Hope, and once again, early in a spell, Kemar Roach making an inroad.
And then we had Jaden Seals into the attack.
Yeah, I thought Jaden Seals made the adjustment. He was a bit too short previously in a few deliveries in his overs, but pushed up these deliveries, which sort of lured the batter into driving and got the edge. The new hard ball working for him. And then again, he struck, picking up the second wicket. Salman Ali Agha, the first time he's batted at number 4, and that's because Shan Masood isn't fit to come out to bat just yet, but take nothing away from the adjustments that the West Indies bowlers have made coming into this match.
Noticeable, yeah, really noticeable too for Jaden Seals that he was less animated than at times he has been in his career, but his setting up of Awais, I thought it was expert.
Yeah, it was. He's showing how much he's improved as a fast bowler. Still very young, Jaden Seals, but hitting that back of a length more often outside that off stump. Not really allowing Awais to get away with a drive. He had to leave, had to know where that off stump was. And then the wicket came a bit fuller, suckering him into a shot a bit wide. The hands get away from the body, edge taken. Fantastic bowling from Jaden Seals.
Yeah, being patient. It's something that I'm big on, that you have to be patient, even though the pitch is helping. Put the ball there, wait. As Kemar Roach says, string them together. And of course, with that wicket of that third wicket of the morning's play, Ali Agha, it was really fine margins.
Yeah, indeed it was. There was a short prod forward, step forward from Salman Ali Agha. He did review this, but it had to be looked at quite closely because of that stride and the bat coming down. It did show that the stride ball hit part just in time, and then it went on to hit the stumps on review. So for West Indies, getting Salman Ali Agha, he's normally batting at number 5 down the order in the middle order to sort of keep things together. So he was basically sent out with I wouldn't say a night watchman, but with a plan to just hold things together.
To fill a gap. And look, he would not really have known whether that was pad first or bat first. In his mind, happening in real time, he would have thought, I got bat on that. But the umpire had no evidence to overturn the original decision, which I think was the important one. Yeah, we talked about Shan Masood as well, that fabulous 100 in the first innings, but over the course of that 100, Jaden Seals added a little bit of an injury scenario with this blow, and that's why Ali Agha came out a little bit earlier. Mali, how disconcerting could this sort of blow be? I've never had a fractured finger to bat with.
Oh wow, it's really something that you really can't get your mind off. He's got a fractured index finger, very important to the grip of how he's batting. He's quite loves to play through the offside, loves to use his wrists as well, so it really has a detrimental effect on how he can impose himself on the bowlers. So far we haven't seen him. They've had to rearrange this order, and it hasn't worked out in Pakistan's favor, and it remains to be seen whether we'll actually see him in this innings.
Yeah, because he played so very well for a 700 in Test match cricket. Not in easy conditions, but he held things together, Shan Masood. He had a little bit of fortune early on, but as the day went on, he settled in quite nicely.
Yeah, him scoring his first half century in almost a runner ball with a strike rate of almost 100. I thought it was important to sort of throw the bowlers off their lines, but eventually going on to score that century, did get that hit as mentioned, but eventually going on to score that century because of his application in the middle. So a bit of a mix, fire and ice. He was aggressive at times, but then he was very timid at times.
Yeah, he played really well. As you said, Bish, the first 100 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, rode his luck, anything wide, threw the hands at it, went hard. That was good from Shan Masood. That positive intent actually got him out of trouble on a few occasions. So he'll be a massive miss for Pakistan in this run chase.
If anyone, though, can make up any deficit, it is Babar Azam. He's a tremendous player. I sometimes think with an average just over 40 in the Test match game that he can give you more than that. And as he takes the captaincy back again, we're starting to see some shots from him of great control, of great skill. So how much of a danger can we ascribe to Babar Azam given the injury to Shan Masood?
Yeah, it's responsibility now for him. He's the captain. He's coming to this Test match as captain for Pakistan. And for him, it's about leading and trying to see how much they can wear down the West Indian bowlers. He has been good in terms of his career average, and he'll be expected to do that. He has Mohammad Rizwan with him, who has scored a lot of runs, both of them in partnerships. So they'll be thinking that that's what they need to do. Spend time there, bat a bit more, score, get the West Indian bowlers sort of all their lengths and those lines and possibly go on, hopefully to win.
The West Indies then coming back after lunch, we saw sort of measured celebration from Jayden Seals. I like it actually when Jayden Seals, because it tells me he's focused, he's patient in his execution. How do they go about this, Mali, after lunch, the West Indies? With which bowlers, you think?
Well, I think they'll want to start again with probably a Kemar Roach, maybe Jayden Seals or a Shamar Joseph. But we have to remember, Pakistan have lost 7 consecutive tests away from home. They've really struggled to put lower order partnerships together. And with the first 3 wickets already gone, Babar Azam absolutely key in this situation. The last time they won a away test match, Babar was captain as well, so you'll have to lead from the front.
What part can we ascribe to Justin Graves, given the excellent success he had with the ball in the first innings?
Yeah, I think he'll play a very vital role because we saw those wickets that would have fell to Mohammad Abbas, and he's very similar, Justin Graves, in terms of the areas, in terms of the lengths that he bowls. So he will play a part. What I do think is that they may bowl a few more overs with the seamers, see what can possibly happen, but he will play an important and a very vital part in this pitch and this match, because this pitch is wearing down, and that variable bounce and those areas, those rough areas, he will target it.
It's an interesting conversation, actually. Yes, start with your frontline seamers and then Justin Graves to fill the breach. They used a heavy roller, I think, this morning, and we didn't see as many deliveries keeping low. Old school thinking is eventually we start to see those cracks opening up or not?
Well, it's still quite hot here. It's only day 4, still got another day to go. But what I've seen from this pitch is that it's still a bit of extra bounce available to the bowlers. Think back to a few of those wickets. The Imam wicket in particular just got big on him. And in those areas, full area, when that ball gets big, it's really tough for the batters to readjust.
And that was this morning. That was this morning before the start of play. They used the heavy roller. Light roller was used between innings because they didn't want to disturb those cracks anymore, Pakistan. So, look, it's intriguing. Test cricket is brilliant. Thank you very much to Mali. Thank you very much to Stacey Ann. The sun continues to beat down here. And, of course, the West Indies are hoping to celebrate the memory of the late, right, excellent Sir Garfield St. Auburn Sobers, who passed away sadly last week. We've had tributes flowing in from all and sundry, including from the West Indies team, from the commentators, and we have another tribute from Barbados on the way to a break, Sir David Simmons pays tribute to the life and times of the Right Excellent Sir Garfield Sobers.
We just had to cross Kingsway, and you were there at the London School of Economics in Houghton Street. And so when I used to see the team, whenever they were in London, they would call and say, man, we coming down to London, come over by the hotel and play some cards or dominoes or let's go to dinner or whatever. So that's where I met Gary. And we had a very good relationship from then because he was the kind of person that would all of a sudden say one night, come fellas, meaning myself and Radcliffe Hewitt, let's go eat some Chinese food. And we'd get a cab and go to a place called Nam Ting in Charlotte Street. And he had a standard meal, what he calls sliced chicken, roast pork, and might have shrimp, and of course the rice and so on. You know, and I learned even then that he was never keen on vegetables. He seldom ate vegetables, even in his later life. Couldn't get Gary to eat vegetables. I learned a lot from talking to him about cricket. And I learned a lot about his attitude to cricket, his approach. He had an attitude to life that he became a very free spirit. But his goal was always to excel at cricket. And he worked hard at his game. Because when you think that he started as a bowler, and for me, and I see that Ian Chappell and Mikey Holding think the same thing. For me, he was the best batsman that I saw. By the time he made the 365 in Jamaica in 1958, and then followed up with that phenomenal series against England here, 59-60. All of a sudden, his average shot up to 65 after about 28 tests. Phenomenal. And you know, it settled down at 58 as we went out of cricket, but it's still there. But wherever he played, he scored runs. Yeah. Very often to save West Indies or pull us out of situations of difficulty. And he would never boast about it. I don't think I ever heard him say, David, you saw that shot that I played off Barry Knight or whoever. He not that type of person at all. Played, did what he had to do, and he let others speak about his greatness, but he never did it himself. Two things: his unfailing generosity and his overweening humility. We could say he was there in the higher echelons with kings and princes, and he never lost the common touch. Never lost the common touch. A role model, and his legacy will be everlasting. After all these years, people still write in cricket about W.G. Grace and Don Bradman. Gary Sobers is the third superstar after those two. First, before getting close to him, would have been 1955, 56 when Australia were here. I was at Kensington the evening when he opened at 17 years old, about 17 or 18, no more, for the West Indies. He was not an opener, he was batting at number 9. But we had to bat late in the afternoon because Australia had either declared or gone all out a little earlier. And he took Miller and Linmore for breakfast, lunch, and dinner that evening. 43, 10 force. He got caught down by the Kensington stand off the captain, Ian Johnson, bowled him a leggy and he swept it. And it maybe, I think it would have hit the top edge. It went up in the air and he got caught. He pulverized those fast bowlers that afternoon. That, I will never forget that. I never forget that. I've lost a very, very true friend. I had prepared myself for it because we were so close. I lost the seat in St. Philip North in 1981. I went in the Senate. And in 1982, I was appointed chairman of the National Sports Council. And that gave me the opportunity that perhaps I was looking for. Because Gary called me from Australia and said he wanted to come back to Barbados. But, you know, what would he come back to? I said, oh, no problem. We'll sort out something. And I supported relevant persons. And a position was found for him in the Tourism Authority, or Tourist Board at the time. We brought him back to Barbados in 1982. And there was a massive welcoming party for him that night at the airport. And he never left Barbados again permanently. Then after that, our friendship got even tighter. He would talk to me regularly about all kinds of things. If he had any issues, he wanted advice, he would talk to me. And then we started going to London at about the same time for a holiday. And June or July every year, my family and I would go to London. And he arranged a hotel for us to stay at the same hotel that he was staying at, the Grafton. And we used to lie him a lot together. We go in the back and eat Indian, but he loved Chinese food. And of course, when he was here, we would go to dinner together. Lone Star down in St. James, or the Chinese place out by Top Rock.
Yes.
Or he would send and get Chinese and bring it in. And we'd sit and have a little dinner and drink and so on. And Jackie was a wonderful hostess. I will miss their, because she's gone too, their society and friendship. Because they were genuine, down-to-earth people. There's a lot of footage of old cricket, but good cricket. We should be able to compile some package that young cricketers should be obliged to study before they represent Barbados. Barbadians love Gary. There's no doubt about that. More than anybody else in the world, Gary Sobers has caused Barbados' name to be known and respected worldwide. And the present Prime Minister has her own profile, but certainly before her, Gary is the one who put Barbados on the map.
That is absolutely perfect. That is top class.
Back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Tarouba, the second session of day 4. What a first session that was. 6 wickets to fall in that session. Pace has dominated this match. Babar Azam not out in 16. Rizwan just coming to the crease on 1. Azan, Imam and Salman, the batters, dismissed. Still 183 for Pakistan to get. Jaden Seals with 2 for 4 in his 5 overs. What a spell of bowling that was. And Kamara Roach with 1 for 19. These were the 3 wickets to fall for Pakistan. Imam, one just getting big, that extra bounce. We've spoken about that low bounce coming into play, but it wasn't one creeping low. It was one getting a bit big, taking the glove. Good comfortable catch. And Kamara Roach once again picking up a wicket early in his spell. This was fantastic bowling all round from Jaden Seals. He set up the left-handed aways, kept it outside that off stump, just back of a length, then pitched it up, lowered him into the stroke, outside edge, and another comfortable catch behind the wicket. This was the third, Salman Ali Aga. This one was very close indeed. He did review this decision. He probably would have thought he got a bit of bat on that, but it wasn't conclusive with the video evidence, and Ali Aga had to go.
And this is where things stand at present. Pakistan need 183 runs. The West Indies have been very disciplined in their bowling lines and their bowling attack and their bowling plans. Babar Azam, well, Rizwan is set. He has 16 from 23. From 25, and Rizwan just the 1 run so far.
Partnership absolutely key for Pakistan. Saw a bit of the class of Babar Azam with that on-drive of Kamara Roach just before the end of that first session. Lamar Joseph, 2 wickets in the match so far. I thought he really set the tone on day 3 for the West Indies with the ball. Obviously Justin Greaves would have followed him and picked up the rewards, but Shamar set the tone early. Can he set it here in this post-lunch session on day 4? West Indies with their tails up in that first session, removing the first 3 Pakistan batters. 7 wickets for them to win this match. It'll be Shamar Joseph from the southern end. 1 over so far for him today. Good start, Rizwan and Babar Azam, both right-handers. Rizwan loves to get on with things as well, loves to field ball and bat. Quite a busy player, isn't he? What are some of the things they're going to have to do here on this pitch in which to keep out this West Indian attack, Stacey?
Just there, they've got to be watchful. Might have to stay a bit lower to see some of those deliveries or to navigate some of those deliveries, because Shamar Joseph, he's very explosive and he does have that skiddy temperament with ball in hand. Relentlessly, he's very aggressive and he has that natural ability to extract a sharp bounce from a good length.
Which Bish was saying in that lunge analysis show, this one just keeping down slightly. Maybe you expect to see that a bit more from a Shamar Joseph. As you said, slightly lower arm, quicker through the air. Doesn't deliver from quite the height that maybe a Jaden Seals or a Kamara Roach would. Here again, good area. This has been a good start once again from the West Indian bowlers. Pace has dominated in this match. 33 wickets to pace. That one hitting low on the bat, Stacey Ann.
And we saw that in Pakistan's first innings as well. When they batted, there were a few deliveries that stayed low, as well as West Indies innings.
Clouds around. Seems to be out of the way here, a bit in the distance, going out to sea. Delivery for me, especially to Babar Azam. It's Rizwan on strike. But if we think back to that first session, Kemar Roach to Babar Azam, angling the ball in, angling it in. Babar seemed to line him up quite nicely at times. Good bowling, good batting. I think the danger delivery for Babar Azam in this situation is just one holding its line outside that off stump. Similar to his dismissal in the first innings. Pace, pace, extra pace, just going through Mohammad Rizwan. Once again, maybe not getting up as high as he expected.
You look at the pace of these deliveries that he has bowled so far. His fastest been 140 kilometers per hour. So this will be expected to just sort of chop through the batter. Again, that skiddy pace from him.
Lightly spoil that over there with a single. 29 for 3.
There's clouds to the southern side. Really, the wind takes it into the sea, which is the picture that you can see on screen where it's actually falling presently.
Actually going away from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy here. Looking ominous on your screen. The fairway in the distance. Too much of a problem now. Nice breeze as well, still blowing. He seals. Been a good start, this on the money. It's been Rizwan that's been on strike for the majority of this resumption. Bit of pressure being built on him here, 2 off 16.
Yeah, again, just not reading that delivery and just off the surface. Mention the adjustments from the West Indies bowlers. Hayden Seals started off short. Has adjusted that length, bowling a bit fuller, challenging the batsman. That indecisiveness, do they play, do you not play? Just pushing in the end because of the line, almost a 4th stump line.
With this sudden cloud cover, maybe just the ball starting to move around a bit more. This breeze has picked up as well. So this will aid in his outswing bowling from the southern end. There again, maybe doing a bit too much. But a fantastic line and length here from the West Indies to start this second session, Stace.
Yeah, this is excellent. They know as well, Rizwan and Babar Azam, how important they are. They're run-scoring machines. They're just doing too much. But the intent is clear. Bowl straighter, force him into that play. There's 2 slip and a gully in place.
Good batting, gets off strike. Best served, watching it from the other end, Rizwan. But interesting from the West Indies, he's been hitting the thigh pad on a couple occasions here since lunch. No close in fielder on the leg side, maybe a little inside edge onto that thigh pad could balloon in that area. Something for the West Indies to think about.
Rizwan has been off strike. Now Baba Azam on strike.
You'll be a little disappointed with that, Jaden Seals. Dismissed Baba Azam in that first innings. Maybe just got a little too straight there. But look at that. It's a bit of an inside edge. Very thin indeed. Yeah, he's not flexing that front knee. Looking like he's struggling to transfer that weight onto that front foot. So a short leg in this, at least to Baba Azam, could work. Again, another inside edge onto the pads. Good over, good testing stuff this from the West Indies. It's 31 for 3.
Visuals that the wind has picked up across the field to the south.
Yeah, that breeze just helping to take these clouds into the southwest here. Trinidad take it away from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We had a few sprinkles of rain. So far, nothing too heavy. Been a real struggle for the batters at times in this match. Pakistan losing their last 10 wickets, just 65 runs, 7 for 38 in that first innings. The lights are on here as well at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Now and again you see a stroke from Baba Azam. That was a defensive one, but just tells you how classy a player he is. 144 Ks on the back foot, solid defense. He'll need to exhibit a lot more of that with the way this pitch has started to play. Been down, a bit of extra bounce as well, so you'll have to be very mindful indeed, Baba. Again, big inward movement hitting the body of a Pakistani batter. Baba Azam on this occasion. It's been Rizwan in the wars early. Now he joins the party.
Yeah, not for the first time being struck, but both batters have been struck. For West Indies will be how can they continue to exploit this variable low bounce that we've been seeing. Some deliveries has kicked, some have stayed low.
What we're seeing here is the West Indies looking to adopt a more straighter line to these Pakistan right-handers, looking to operate in between the wickets, looking to exploit that variable bounce. If one keeps a little low, brings the LBW and the stumps into play. Better run Kamar Roach. Again, he's made a valuable contribution. So important to this West Indian lineup. Imparting all his knowledge onto the younger seam bowlers. They're playing a similar role in this generation to what we would have seen in the past. And Andy Roberts, he's been credited a lot, the Antiguan fast bowler, with being that mentor to a Michael Holding, Malcolm Marshall, and the likes that came after. And Kamar Roach is in a similar position now. Very experienced, been all over the world. He's played in every possible conditions he can. Got a wealth of experience in which to impart on the next generation. Again, a straight delivery. Just 2 runs from that Joseph over. It's 33 for 3.
Six wickets falling in the morning session, the most for any session of this Test series.
Six wickets so far in this session. But on day 4, 6 to 4. Day 3, we saw the most, 14. Just illustrating just how much pace has dominated here. Close, that's close, that's close, and he's given. Height might be an issue, not the tallest of batters, Mohammad Rizwan. Opted to go upstairs, we'll have a look.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be missing the bat here. Can we have Ultra Edge to confirm, please? Copy Ultra Edge building. Clear gap on the left screen. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Copy ball tracking building. Alex waiting for ball tracking. Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching outside of impact and line, wickets missing, original decision out. Alex, please change your decision from out to not out. You're on screen signal now.
Missing by a whisker there. It was given out on field by umpire Alex Wharf. Very, very close indeed. A bit similar to that one we saw from Shea Hope yesterday. Almost identical in the end. That extra bounce coming to the aid of a batter here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And for all this talk of that lower bounce, so far it's been the extra bounce that's come to the aid. Through the gap, will it get to the boundary? And it just beats the fielder. So, good response that from Mohammed Rizwan.
And this time fuller from Jaden Seals. So overcompensating, trying to go much fuller, but going down the leg, and played nicely into the onside. Balance.
Hit the nail on the head. Balance. Balance absolutely key for Mohammed Rizwan.
And for this pair, they'll know that they're the backbone of this Pakistan batting lineup. Famously nicknamed the Rizbaz duo, because of the amount of runs that they have put on as a pair in white ball cricket and red ball cricket. Both on this list. Top averages for Pakistan in Test cricket. Baz averaging 42.62, just under 5,000 runs.
And would have some captaincy experience as well. This one's worked away for yet another boundary, so 2 boundaries in this over, both to Mohammed Rizwan. Just a bit too straight now from Jaden Seals.
Trying to do a bit too much, but this is again good from Rizwan in terms of his balance, in terms of his weight transfer, to get in the line, to flick that delivery into the vacant leg side region.
It's quite amazing what one shot could do for a batter. Finding the middle in this over. That one, ever since that stroke, looked a lot more assured. The feet have started to move. On to 11 from 25. So as you mentioned, Stacey, and this partnership between Rizwan and Baba are absolutely key. 2 best batters in this Pakistani lineup. Solid block to end. 8 runs from the over. 41 for 3.
The cross international format, they have put together 17 century partnerships. This pair, I'll need that and possibly a bit more. Both well set.
Pakistan need a partnership. Definitely need a partnership. 16 of 41. It has to come somewhere in this top 6, because what we've seen is Pakistan trend negatively in terms of forming partnerships in the lower order. Seven for 38 that first innings.
And a reminder that Chan Masood is injured. So we're not exactly sure if he will feature. But he is the centurion of this match. History at this venue. It's 109.
Oh, that's the delivery. That's the one I've been speaking about. Just getting it to hold outside that off stump to Babar Azam. It's been a problem area for him.
Just off the surface. That's a delivery from Shamar Joseph.
Opting to go short, latched onto by Azam, but not in the gap. He was very early on that one. Hit straight to mid-on, almost a straight pull from the Pakistani captain. That Asad Shafiq, looks like next to head coach Sarfraz Khan, batting coach. That's Shafiq and Sarfraz Ahmed. Sarfraz Ahmed, the former wicketkeeper batter of Pakistan. Someone I watched play quite a bit of cricket. Love the way he went about things. Quite an aggressive character. So he'll be hoping to shape this team in his image, at least with that determination. So far they're up against it. 170 runs still to get. Not looking the most confident at the moment. Sarfraz Ahmed, former wicketkeeper batter. Class player in his own right. Former captain as well. Scooting through a little low, 142 Ks, so that extra pace on show here by Shamar Joseph. Once again, just in his element, big smile on his face. We saw it when he was batting, the positive impact that he made, swashbuckling style.
I think he was lucky with the first 3 deliveries. One was short and wide. Second one was short. The third one was pulled to mid-wicket. Come back with a much fuller length.
Oh, what a shot that was. A serious piece of timing that from Babar Azam. Illustrating just how classy a player he is. 45 for 3.
At the end of 15 overs, Pakistan 45 for 3.
Happy with that shot from Babar Azam, Pakistan supporters.
166 runs. West Indies requires 7 wickets.
On to 23 from 38.
Bowling for West Indies from the southern end, Justin Greaves.
Fantastic stroke that from Babar Azam. I'm sure we'll see that again at some point. It'll be a bowling change from the northern end. Southern end, sorry, it'll be Justin Graves. Career best in that first innings, 5 for 27, 5 consecutive wicket maidens. We've had 14 wicket maidens in this match. Pace has continued to dominate here, and he'll be hoping to replicate some of that form that we saw in that first innings. But this was that stroke. Have a look at this. Just off the legs, back of a length. What do you make of this shot?
Yeah, the pace. He's just happy to allow the pace to come on and just use the pace from the bowler. Justin Greaves starts off with a no ball. Thing behind that white line.
When he's cleaned him up, Justin Greaves continues where he left off in that first innings. An absolute peach of a delivery. His 6th wicket in the match, and the West Indies are over the moon. Pakistan up against it, 46 for 4.
It's the accuracy. It's the game plan that Justin Greaves has approached this match with. He picked up 5 previously, and strikes in his very first over. Mohamed Rizwan goes for 11, 46 for 4.
Incoming batter, Amir Jamal.
That's the delivery. That was the delivery we've been speaking about. The new batter, Amir Jamal, at the crease. 2 half-centuries at this level. Played the 9 matches. But once again, Justin Graves proving to be the man in these conditions. Getting one to hold his line. Once again, outside that off stump. Angled in. Top of off. Absolutely perfect. 6 wickets for him in this match. It hasn't taken him long to find himself amongst the wickets here in the second innings. Just brought into the attack.
And the celebration. That's how he celebrates taking a wicket, and the team has now employed that.
Wonder what that's all about. We'll have to ask. Another good delivery, that. Not sure if Carlos knows what this celebration is all about, but we've seen it on at least 5 or 6 occasions in this match so far. What a delivery. Have a look at that. Maybe just keeping down slightly, but no foot movement from Mohamed Rizwan. Once again in the corridor, not sure whether to go forward or go back. In the end, he went nowhere. Top of off. Superb delivery, that from Justin Greaves. How important is he to this West Indian lineup?
You also think about the fact that previously Jaden Seals and Shamar Joseph were bowling, and they were express pace. They were in the 130s, 140s. Justin Greaves, on the other hand, he's within the 120s to 130 kilometers per hour, so he's not as quick. So playing forward, Mohamed Rizwan pushing his bat ahead of him because he wasn't sure of the pace coming on. The lack of did the job.
Got an uncanny ability, Justin Graves, to get that ball to bounce as well. That extra bounce you saw on that previous delivery, hitting Jamal in that rib cage area. Delivers from quite high. He's quite a tall lad, isn't he? Strong. And though the pace may say 120s to 130s, just bowls a heavier ball. A heavy delivery, as you say. Just there, bit of indecision from Amir Jamal. One delivery. Oh, I was going to say, apart from that no ball in the first delivery, I was almost going to go too early and said he's on the verge of another wicket maiden. But it was spoilt with that no ball. So 1 run conceded in this over from Graves. 6 wickets in the match. Think about how he contributes with bat. Fantastic catcher as well in the slips, good fielder, and now with ball in hand, genuine all-rounder. Low bounce, variable bounce. 1 run from that, a successful over for Greaves. 46 for 4.
from Shamar Joseph, and Rizwan found the tough-going Carlos post-lunch.
Yeah, it was good bowling from Shamar Joseph and Jaden Seals. They've really hit the straps in this second innings, the West Indies. They're doing exactly what we've asked for all game. Build and build and build. Space out that wicket-taking delivery that Justin Graves eventually bowled. Hitting the top of the stumps. Make it uncomfortable, but just by being disciplined, allowing the pitch to do the work for you, they've been excellent. Someone behind the umpire showing less excellence. But it's been a real treat for the West Indies fast bowlers. Actually, it's a Pakistan delegate, it looks like. Things that came out of the cohort yesterday was we have not been that bad for a while, and we don't suspect we'll be that bad in the second innings. Those words have rung true. They've been amazing. Absolutely scintillating seam bowling on show.
Oh, wow, that was nowhere short enough to duck Amir Jamal. Hope you're okay. Same sentiments from Brandon King. Concussion check will come about, but I don't think that was short enough.
This is what pace does. 143 kilometers an hour, that last delivery. And on a pitch that has shown a few to rear off a length, some to squat. That uncomfortable pace, indecision at crucial moment. Let me talk about X factor. Which I heard you mention it about the Pakistan fast bowling lineup needing a little bit of X factor. This is the X factor. The ability to make batters uncomfortable at high pace. It looks like he's okay. It looks like it's hit the better part of the grill. There are no wounds, no gashes. He looks to be in fine fettle, thankfully. Once again, high quality fast bowling. Just need the odd delivery short of a length to keep the batter in check. That was that short ball. He has two deliveries now. Can he find that good length, 6 meters, challenging the outside edge, the inside edge, and the stumps for two deliveries back to back at that high pace?
Stumps. Just reflecting on how well the good length has worked. Just about 6.7 meters to Rizwan. 21 wickets in that length, in and around that length in this test match so far. So it's an abject lesson. Not all of them will come there because there'll be a few short balls. Shamar Joseph has been the recipient of one from Muhammad Ali himself. Occasionally you go full, but the nucleus of the wickets have come from a good length. Right there, absolutely right there. 47 for 4. Runs for the impressive Babar Azam again. Well.
It was a delightful drive, and it was a comical end to the sequence. Just about got it up in the air. What looked like a quite routine pick-up, spin and throw has ended with a boundary check. Last ball of the previous over from Shamar Joseph, again talking about that length. Hit that length, pose questions. Been so difficult to face as a batting unit. Both sides have struggled. Especially now, 17 overs old, into the 18th over. The lacquers come off the ball. The field is spread just enough. It's a little bit more difficult to score as well. So you can really build pressure.
I think with Babar Azam, you have to be patient. Jamal will try to play a few shots. Justin Graves, I think, knocked him over in the first innings. Got it perhaps just on the front edge or just a little fuller than a good length.
No.
The risk reward, but you never forget how you dismiss the batter, and Graves was superb in the first innings and continues to be just there, bat coming across the line of the ball. Is that close? Is that close? Yes, the finger goes up, straightest away, and Graves has him again in the match. They'll think about a review. They have reviewed it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Appears to be missing the bat. Can we have ultra edge on this, please? Clear gap on the left screen. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, wicket sitting, original decision out. Alex, stay with your out decision. You are on screen signal now.
Affirmative. 3 reds. No runs for Jamal. 5 wickets lost for Pakistan. 50 on the board.
Up. Ali Usman didn't quite show his wares and what he's fully capable of in that first dig. But not. But look at the path of the bat. We talked just now when Justin Graves got him in the first innings, the bat came across the line of the ball, and again, the bat comes across the line of the ball. Instead of looking to push that maybe back down the pitch, and that length works.
Just wonder what comes first there. Celebration we've been accustomed to now. I wonder what comes first there. Is it the head? Has the head gone so far over that the hands are compensating? "18 entertaining overs gone, 50 for 5 Pakistan."
Babar Azam 27 from 42. Of those 27 runs, I'd be curious to know how many have come on the offside, you know. Fascinated to know how much he scored offside. It's that one offside.
I'm looking at Shamar Joseph, who has a wicket in 15 consecutive innings prior to this one, and I don't see for the life of me how Roston Chase will get the ball out of his hand. Still up at 142 kilometers, he's still threatening a good economy rate. He's open-chested, that button showing the chest. Back to the days of the great Ian Raphael Bishop et al. A little bit of fire in Babylon. Put good money on 16 consecutive innings. A wicket isn't far for Shamar Joseph.
I'd like to see a short leg, actually. Yep. Just reflection on Jamal. First innings bowled, the bat coming across. Second innings obviously on the right, number 66, Route 66. Again, so there are issues there for Jamal to work on with regards to path of the bat, maybe head position, but play down the line. Short leg. Even if the ball doesn't go to short leg, I want him to stay back.
Yeah, he doesn't have a big forward press with that front foot. And I think that first ball beat him for pace and length potentially. But technically it's more this right side. Is that head falling so far over that it feels as though the ball is going down leg. So if you don't have a pronounced press with our front foot, you really have to keep your head going straight down the wicket, almost trying to butt the ball, the umpire, the stumps at the non-striker's end. Anytime you fall over the point, you run the risk of playing across the line.
Got to get a short leg in. If a guy's looking just to defend at the moment, he does have a first-class 100, he does have 5 first-class half-centuries, but he's just looking to prop forward. So what you could do is get a short leg in. Maybe he might be intimidated and stay back when he should be forward, or you could get an inside edge onto pad, use the short ball to set up the full ball. 53 for 5. Braves. Played well, Babar Azam. Solid. As I mentioned before, how many runs have come through the offside? He's waiting for you to come straight at him. The only run that has come in the offside was the one he punched to the sweeper in the last over of Shamar Joseph. Everything else, when you've bowled too straight at him, he's tucked it down the ground or he's tucked it squarer in the onside. Yes, you're looking to target the stumps, but you can hold off stump, as Seals nicked him off in the first innings, and occasionally attack middle and off stump. That's the one that they're looking to work away, and that's where I want you to stay for a lot longer, not all the time, but a lot longer.
I actually think that Wigan really is a great credit to Babar Azam. Look how tight he is there, still nicked. Maro said there's always one with your name on it, but he's so tight in that box and it's becoming smaller and smaller as he goes on. He's resisting any drives or punches through cover, waiting until you come straight. When you come straight, he'll pick you off. Really what West Indies want is this, nicking him from straight, back of a length. That Jaden Seals' dismissal, where you're allowing him to feel ball on bat, but getting just enough movement to find the edge. He's been so good in this innings. He's been so disciplined. It's actually been quite a treat to watch how being technically sound on even one of the most tricky pitches, a burgeoning bowling attack, and still look very comfortable, and you can still score 28 off 48, so still a strike rate of about 50. But he's limited his scoring areas, he's backed his defense, he's looked ultra solid. He's given us a glimpse into the class of Babar Azam. Not necessarily flashy cover drive that we know he can play, but the discipline and his skill set to keep the good one out and limit yourself to certain scoring areas and scoring shots on a tricky pitch. Well left again. 53 for 5. Another maiden.
They're going, boys. 5 bits of good cricket, boys. At the end of 20 overs, Pakistan 53 for 5. Babar Azam on 20. Ali Usman on 2. 53 for 5. Pakistan require 115 runs. West Indies require 5 wickets. Bowling from the other end, Kima Root.
Shamar Joseph, placed by Jaden Seals. Sorry, Kimar Roach. A little bit of tail away. Was a noise.
looking and hoping. Definitely bat hitting ground. I didn't mean to bowl an out swinger. I didn't mean to bowl an out swinger at all. Should we check? The wickets to fall. Kimaro starting proceedings is always leading from the front. And Jaden Seals, as he's been known to do, follow the leader. Take it up a notch. Bang, bang. And then Justin Grace feeling a little left out after his first innings exploits. He went bang, bang as well. And Cindy's find themselves 5 wickets away. Potentially 4. Not sure if Shan Masood will take the crease.
Gap between ball and bat, so it must be bat hitting. Line. Likes that front foot, Ali Usman.
Quite far forward in defence. Well outside the stump as well. I wonder if there'd be consideration for Shea Hope to come up to the stumps. He wants to see Shea. I want to see him up to the stump.
Got him this time, Roach again. Adding to his career tally. You just cannot stop him. He's enjoying this.
This is the class of the man. Ali Usman has tried to negate the swing, the challenging of the stump. And Kimar Roach has gone wider and wider, and he's fended at it into the safe hands of Justin Graves. West Indies persuasion, you'll see 4 wickets to go. The last wicket to go, Ali Usman, 53 for 6, Pakistan.
304 Test match wickets for Kemar Roach. He's got the legendary Lance Gibbs at 309 in his sights.
Incoming batter, Shah Masood, Pakistan 53 for 6, 20.5.
Justin Graves is involved in everything. Wickets, a few runs, catches, safe hands. What it has done, though, is that Pakistan are now trying to stop the bleeding. 304 with the entrance of Shan Masood with a fractured hand. Sustained with one from Jaden Seals that hit him yesterday. Seals come back into it.
No. Been the best bowler, 7 overs to the 14. Kind of had this conversation yesterday when Justin Graves was going well, and we see how that turned out. As the end of 21, 53 for 6. A wicket maiden again, number 16 for the game.
.158 more Graves. Nice first offside boundary for Babar Azam in this knock.
There's so much to enjoy about this shot. Bring out at the opportune moment. It was full enough. He was close enough. And even then, still trying to cover down anything that may happen untoward from a bounce perspective. And just ensuring he picked that gap. He can play the cover drive. He refrained from playing it earlier because of the situation of the game, of the pitch, and the respect of the quality of the West Indies bowling in the second innings.
One of the best in the game.
Roach v. Usman on debut. Looked a little lethargic when he started, Kemar Roach. He had his plan. Continue to drag him on that front foot. He even went outside of his stump, Ali Usman, and then he just went a little wider. Are you going to still follow it? And he did. The waiting hands of Justin Graves. First over back, wicket for Roach.
Your assessment of his batting is absolutely spot on. Yes, there's a ball with your name around. I don't ever use that term anymore because I think it's very negative. Sometimes that's how I view it. But he's been patient. I'm not saying he's going to go on to get huge runs. He might, but he's being very selective on what he attacks, Babar Azam. So far. There. I think your analysis this morning on the Shehab dismissal was a good point of view. Hold on, how much longer can Fima go? The test matches to him at his presentation in Barbados and with the eyes wide open. Yeah, just with the, and I accept your point about the Shehab dismissal. I see it differently because with the 6 that he hit, it was in a full length, it was in the green area. And the ball that dismissed him was bang in the middle of a good length. So it moved from 5.7 meters to 6.75 meters. And that's a big difference in length. So I would like to have seen him defend the stumps and really wait for the ball, as Babar is doing here. So again, I see it differently, you see it differently. I think he rushed it. And I think as good a player like that, as good a player as yes, sometimes we can't be afraid to say, Shay, maybe you didn't get that right. That's my view. 57 for 6.
Wickets flowing like that traffic on the Sir Solomon Hochoy Highway. 57 for 6 Pakistan. Roach. And he's confident. Down the leg side. I'm not interested. Still have reviews remaining. Does he want to utilize one here, Ruston Chase? Why not? Why not? Yes, why not?
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. I've checked the feet, it's a fair delivery. Front on, please. Ball is passing close to the inside edge. Can we have ultra edge, please? That's bat hitting the turf, gap on the left hand side screen. Roll it, please. Satisfied, no bat involved. Ball tracking, please. Pitching in line, impact outside, original decision not out. Richard, stay with your not out decision. You're on screen signal now.
Alright, not out. Confirmation. More in optimism than anything else. Shan Masood with fractured finger and all. He showed tremendous skill and quality in the first innings. Now he has to show courage, great courage. Baba looks solid on one end, but solidity alone may not be enough. He must now combine survival with enough scoring intent to prevent West Indies attacking Shan relentlessly. Couple aborted attempts. Now he goes through. Off the mark with couple Shan and alongside me Stacey and King. Stacey, and it continues to be high octane stuff.
Yeah, this has just been explosive bowling from the West Indian bowlers. And you can tell the intent is clear, short length delivery. You will feel that shock in that bat handle, in that injury. Surprised that he chose to run the 2 runs, actually.
Yeah, that's the length. You see that hand coming off the bat. That's where you want to target him and be relentless in your approach. A tight line forcing him to defend. Puller balls that make the bottom hand absorb impact, and you can see him releasing it there. Occasional steep bounce directed around the gloves region. Make him uncomfortable out in the middle. That hand came off the bat quite early, and you can understand that because of that fractured finger and the pain that he must be experiencing, but more than that, the apprehension of getting hit again. And there you are, Kima. Stay there. Bring that bottom hand into play. This is what happened in the first innings. Struck on the finger on that glove and has since been revealed that suffered a fracture. Windies would like to keep him on strike for as long and as much as possible. Probing over from Kima Roach, 59 for 6.
Two batters in double figures. Rizwan 11 from 28 and Baba Azam, who's out in the middle, 32 from 55. Then it's into the bowlers.
Shazad Ali Abbas, the batters to come. Couple batters getting into double figures. What a delivery from Graves. Seems to have that ball on a string from the southern end. Impeccable.
And even though Baba Azam has made some adjustment, he's batting on top of the crease, on top of that crease line. Still not able to play that delivery. Been better that he didn't play it, actually.
Seven wickets in the match so far for Justin Graves. We'll chat with Ravi Rampal, the West Indian bowling coach. Jason Holder is the only West Indian player with a double century and a 10-wicket haul in his Test career. Can Justin Graves, who already has a Test double century, join him? He needs 3 more. But what's the approach they see? How do these two approach this innings or the remainder of it here?
I already like the fact that Baba Azam is batting outside the crease. Sort of to counter the disciplined line from Justin Graves. He does rely quite heavily on the accuracy and just a subtle movement. Picked up 5 wickets, career best 5 wickets in the first innings. And he picked up 2 here. Just look at his economies. He's not been the easiest bowler to get away. Go with that 7 maidens.
In outfield, so there is some protection there. I just wonder if Shehope is thinking about coming up to the stump for him to prevent him from leaving the crease. Done it before. Look, a wonderful stumping down the leg side in that Sri Lanka series off the bowling of Justin Graves. Batter eludes me at the moment, but it was brilliant work down the leg side for Shehope. That will be 4. Controlled pull way in front of square. The only blemish in the over, 63 for 6. $148. Needed by Pakistan. 4 wickets for the West Indies this pair. And then into the bowlers. Grip on the bat is good after he played this shot last ball of the previous over. Short from Graves, that wouldn't trouble someone of the quality of Baba Azam. Again, he's targeting that glove area. Roach.
And it's a battle for Shan Masood. He's come down the crease and had a conversation with Baba Azam on many occasions so far.
Shoaib has had to do a lot of work in the field and behind the stumps, but have a reflection of this stumping coming to Mendes, the batter, in that Sri Lanka series. The bowling of Justin Graves. Very sharp work from the glove man. Yeah, he enjoyed that one. Really exceptional stuff. I just wonder if he wants to come up to the stump when Baba Azam is batting against Graves. Big single. Batting almost one-handed at the moment, Shan Masood.
It sent me to see or to research, just has he played in this sort of situation, been injured before, Shan Masood? And it took me to finding in 2024 he had a sort of batting through the Meldong at Multan. He scored 151 runs, but the heat, cramping, physical exhaustion, minor muscle strains, he had to receive treatment from the physio on very quick occasions. So it doesn't seem to be unfamiliar for him in terms of batting through an injury.
Baba Azam now struck on the glove. Not dissimilar to what we saw from Shan Masood in the first innings. For that bottom hand, bottom glove is usually more padded than the top hand because more possibility of getting struck there. And even with the additional padding, can be very painful depending on where you're struck. Physio goes on to the field now. If you hit on the fingertip, it just pinches you on the bat handle as well. Yeah, immediately grimacing and in some agony. Look at that index finger. We're seeing some swelling there already. Yeah, this is that index finger. There has been some lateral movement all through this test match. It was evident today again. Pakistan bowler Muhammad Ali, look at the degrees of seam movement. Wicket of Jamel Warkan, ideal example. And then the West Indians as well, Jaden Seals, Shamar Joseph, getting some deviation of the surface. So we knew that it was not going to be straightforward, whatever the West Indies gave Pakistan, and it's proving to be that way. But just the lateral movement will keep all of these West Indian bowlers interested the most from what we've seen so far in the test match. We're still accumulating evidence on this surface. It's the first test match ever played here. So still building the database, 64 for 6.
The 25 overs completed. Pakistan 64 for 6. Baba Azam 36. Shan Masood on 3. Still trailing by 147 runs. West Indies require 4 wickets.
6 wickets in the first session, 3 so far in the second one. Really has been the fast bowlers test match. No wickets to spin, all test. Hidden Seals on that southern end. Romance bowling from there. This is Justin Graves. Just wants to make sure that Kemar Roach is exactly where he wants him. But 3 fielders in that slip cordon waiting.
And the plan is clear. Both batters have been struck, have injuries to that bottom hand. Bring back on the seam, bring back on Jaden Seals. Has gotten some bounce and carry to the wicketkeeper, so expected to shape a few deliveries into the bodies of the left-handed batter. Who will not be comfortable, doesn't look very comfortable, Mohammed. Shan Masood, I beg your pardon. Every now and then he's just looking at that hand.
Play and a miss, producing some wicket-taking deliveries ever so often. The West Indians, it's been a quiet little period from what we've seen and experienced so far in the test match. It feels as though a wicket is falling every couple overs or so. So when you don't get one, it's almost anticlimactic. The test match, looking as though it will be completed inside 4 days. The faithful supporters are in the car park on that northern side, quite full. Drone will shift to the left. Really wanted to see the numbers on the right, but another look at that at some point. Have to try that drone one of these days, but I need an open area. I can't find those gaps. Really skillful. In there, taken. Jaden Seals gets another. Shan Masood, well, he came out with a lot of courage, but it's a soft dismissal in the end. The West Indians are on top, well and truly on top.
Yeah, the change of bowling brings the wicket. The extra pace, driving up-ish because he does not have control. Shan Masood has to walk back. The Centurion from the first innings has to depart. He goes for 3. 64 for 7, Pakistan.
Shahzad, new batter for Pakistan, facing an insurmountable battle, it seems. Along with Baba Azam, they are 147 runs adrift. Not much power in that shot because of that fractured finger. Not in control, he can't grip the bat firmly, and just a gentle catch for Shamar Joseph. Makes no mistake. Another test wicket for the irrepressible Jaden Seals. Straight back into the attack. Success straight away. He gets a silly mid-on in position. I'd like to see that, for Shahzad at least. Another wicket maiden in the test match.
Now 15th wicket maiden in this test match. Abazan still out in the middle, the lone soldier.
Unbeaten 36 from the Pakistan captain Baba Azam. That's the only bright spot in what has been an otherwise dull batting display. Exceptional bowling by the West Indians though, looking to wrap things up. First ever test match at this venue. Takes the single, first ball. Spoke about Stacey paying tribute to the late great Sir Gary Sobers and wanting to win this test match. 90th birthday. Funeral tomorrow. How fitting would this be?
I think it will be a remarkable achievement for West Indies and a great tribute to the late great man. Was a part of numerous victories for West Indies, especially against this opposition. So sort of to keep that alive, that competitive nature alive.
And that will be 4. Sort of exposing his stumps a little bit. Gets enough width on it. Goes down to that vacant third region for 4. Get it a little bit closer though and to nip back in. The one that will bring him the wicket. Start outside off stump and just finishes on the stump.
This is a completely different approach from Shahzad, who had a lower order cameo in the first innings, 19 from 36. He hit 2 4s and 1 6, but he was really aggressive. The intent was clear then.
Playing a miss all 37 wickets in this test match, falling to fast bowlers. 5 times in test match history Has all 40 wickets fallen. Never happened in the Caribbean though, never in the history of Test match cricket. Most has been 38 wickets twice. West Indies versus India in 1997 and West Indies versus Australia and Jamaica last year. We're on course for history in many ways in this Test match. $69 for 7.
Three wickets for Jaden Seals. His body language has largely been more controlled and purposeful and blinkered in this innings, and he's gotten just reward, man.
Has shown all that skill, all that improvement. Made that adjustment as this Test match has gone on. In fact, both sets of bowlers have just worked out the ideal length to bowl on this pitch.
So impressive. Watched him through the under-19 tournament in 2020, and like Alzari was in 2016, he was ahead of his peers in 2020, so it's no surprise to see him in terms of most wickets for West Indies before turning 25. Turns 25 in September. One more test get past Sir Wes Hall. But the thing that stands out to me with Jaden Seals, obviously he has skill. And he's a lovely outswing bowler, much like I like to sort of portray as well. But it's what is between the ears. He's a quick learner. He's coachable. He can be a little stubborn if he doesn't mind me saying so, but that's a good thing. But he's intelligent, he's a thinker, and always open to learning. Love that about him. And this is brilliant! Bang on time, Jaden Seals, as you continue to climb the ladder. And look at the celebration, or lack of it. That's what I'm talking about. Today is business day.
Very controlled aggression here from Jaden Seals. Maybe just starting to show that maturity now as he approaches that 25th birthday of his. Fantastic delivery. Shazad wanted nothing to do with that. Feet absolutely nowhere. Presented the stumps, and Jaden Seals obliges. His 4th wicket in the innings. Pakistan staring down the barrel. Just 2 wickets for the West Indies. 70 for 8.
What? Some people think the end is nigh. But that man is still there in the foreground, Babar Azam. will have to try to turn up the tempo maybe a little bit now.
Spoke about just how important Babar Azam would have been in this chase so far. He hasn't found a willing partner to go with him. It would be Muhammad Ali at the crease. But what a delivery. Many a top order batter would have struggled with this one. Have a look at the feet, 2 feet in the crease. Not wanting to get across and cover those stumps was Shazad. Jaden Sears once again, no real celebration. Just a little smile on his face. West Indies hunting a second test win in 3 matches.
I've known his parents through the under-19s. You know, they followed him. Barry, his dad, and went to Presentation College, and obviously that tells you a little bit about the reputation of Jaden Seals, but he comes from a good family background, and they keep him level, and he's hard to keep Jaden because he's strong-minded. West Indies have found a good one. Much more controlled in his emotions today. 70 for 8. Shamar Joseph replacing Kemar Roach. Will Babar Azam bat any differently?
Major difference here as we see Babar Azam reluctantly coming through for a single there. Everything's going to happen a little bit quicker when Shamar Joseph has ball in hand. Batters have to react split second quicker through the air off the pitch and hit those 140s consistently. We just mentioned the Jaden Seals' parents. It was a beautiful moment in the previous test series, Sobers to series, Sri Lanka, West Indies. They were in Antigua to witness his 100th test wicket. Beautiful moment, something he'll remember for the rest of his life.
We get to 100 once. Larry and Anne-Marie, mom and dad. Got him! Change of bowling works. Justin Graves with the safe hands. And it's coming quickly now, and they love it. He loves it.
Yes, once again, another wicket falling to pace. It's been a pace-centric test match, but how well have the West Indies caught as well in the slips. Bucket hands for Justin Graves. Once again making another contribution. It was with ball, now it's in the field. And Ali has to go for a duck. Joseph picks up his first. West Indies 1 wicket away, 71 for 9.
Incoming batter, batting at number 11, Muhammad Abbas. 71 for 9, 28.2 wickets.
The impressive Muhammad Abbas with ball in hand comes to the crease. I think you have to give him credit. You have to give Justin Graves credit. But I think Babar Azam regrets as Muhammad Ali walked off, Baba Azam bowed his head because I think he regretted taking the single off the very first ball of the over to expose Muhammad Ali to this.
Yes, as you said there, he reluctantly came through for a single, exposing the lower order batter in Ali. And on this pitch, not sure he has the technique to see out this West Indian pace attack. So Baba Azam will have to face the majority of these deliveries, just the 1 wicket in hand.
We'll go away for 4. There's a short leg in place. That doesn't suggest permanence.
A remarkable test match it's been here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Had a good, knowledgeable crowd here, excitable crowd that have lended to the atmosphere. The first test match at this ground. Dan Masood picking up 100. We saw that fifer from Justin Graves, but also 39 wickets falling to pace. The first time in Test cricket in the Caribbean that that's happened.
Take the run, 2 balls to go. I think they're making this up on the fly, Baba and Mohammad Abbas. Does Shamar go for the stumps now?
Toe crusher. Something you don't see too often in this format of the game anymore. Used to be part and parcel. But that Yorker length type delivery, he's opted to go short twice to Abbas. Got to bring the stumps into play. Still got that man in deep backward square.
I have to say to Shamar, would have gone stump hunting there. I would have gone stump hunting with the pace that he bowls, 148.5, and that to me has been a difference in the match. On average, West Indies, about 4 clicks more than Pakistan so far. But I think when you look at Shamar getting up to 150, there's something about pace. Although Justin Graves and Mohammad Abbas will have a say, but I'm talking about the construction of a bowling attack as a whole unit.
Also, that extra pace can just cause batters to look to take on those slower bowlers a bit more as well. So it's all part of a bowling partnership, the diversity in a bowling lineup. And in this match, he has been that point of difference. I thought yesterday he was the one that set the tone. Didn't necessarily reap the rewards, but he set the tone early, and it was followed by Justin Greaves.
There's still work to do. 134 more required, 77 for 9. I have to give a lot of credit to Baba, to be honest. chatting with Carlos and we were talking about the use of the term within a team context of a ball with your name on it. And it's the best players with the greatest strength of mind who are able to put the gremlins out of their mind and come to play on a pitch that has vagaries as if it's a normal day.
Yeah, they'll be the best players for a reason, Bish. It's because of that technique, the ability to absorb pressure and then put pressure back onto the bowlers. Deliveries have jumped, you kept low, but Babar Azam just running out of partners, and maybe at times you could think maybe could have farmed the strike a bit more. Think back to that last over, exposing Muhammad Ali to 5 deliveries. Aiden Seals here, 4 for 15. What a spell it's been from him. And what's been encouraging from a West Indian perspective is you've got different guys putting their hands up.
Single taken now. It's a while to formulate the plan sometimes, to move from what you naturally do to reconstitute your thinking. They've lost the last 7 matches away. Australia, South Africa, Bangladesh, which was, that hurt Pakistan. I know that. Nahi Rana was brilliant. Now will he look for a single here? Just go back to those numbers. They've got to better that. They've got, and Babar's charged now with overturning that, and Pakistan have to believe that he can. But it was pace in Bangladesh that really disturbed them. Not spin, it was pace. Nahid Rana, I think whether it was the fizz in one test match. Get assurance on that. Oh, would have been gone. Would have been gone.
Had to come through for this single. Babar Azam, best fielder in this West Indian team, or this West Indian unit in Kemo Paul. Just the one delivery from Mohamed Abbas to negotiate. West Indies closing in. 2 slips. In fact, Hodge is gonna come into that the gully region. Yes. Slight adjustment to the field. Jangu comes into extra cover. Chase at mid-off. Got a deep backward square and a fine leg.
$78 for 9. This one isn't completed yet. They'll need something special, and with Babar at the crease, who knows? But back-to-back test matches. We move down to Port of Spain from August the 2nd. Shamar Joseph. There was Nahid Rana, a little bit from Taskin Ahmed, and yes, Taijul Islam did play a part in one of those test matches. Watching Nahid Rana run into Awais, and first ball that he bowled to Awais hit him straight in the helmet. He's played well, he got 100, took on the pull shot. So there's talent in this Pakistan team. We saw their bowling unit, we see their bowling unit.
Been right there with the West Indies in terms of their pace bowling. Pakistan, he said 39 wickets falling to pace in this match. But where they've just struggled is in forming partnerships. Yes, they've had the only centurion in this test match, but not a lot after that. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board. Got to find a way to score runs, Pakistan, especially when they're up against it. Find a way to eke out partnerships through that lower order. Been the point of difference in this match. Think back to that 61-run partnership for the 8th wicket between Roach and Shamar Joseph. That really took the game away from Pakistan in a short space of time as well.
Ouch. This is why, as with the batters who have scored runs in this match, including Shan and you look at Shea Hope in the first innings and Kareem Hodge, why it takes great mental strength from the best players to score runs. Put that behind you to try to negate and negotiate the next one. And to respond with that. So he wore the previous ball on the inner thigh and is in position to play a classical Babar Azam drive.
Yes, he's running out of partners, but 45 off 78 on this pitch tells you just how much of a class player Babar Azam is. Every now and again, he brings one of these classical strokes out, likes to play that on drive. Good balance, good head position, doesn't overstride. Just uses the pace of Shamar Joseph. Played it quite late, allowed it to come right under the eyes. Baba, so he's approaching a half century here, and he's had his struggles against the West Indies over the years. So he could take some confidence from this innings into that second test match.
Just take one. Shamar tried to get it high. Now he's let it run away for 4. Tactical, let it pass. Joris in the game will be crying spirit of the game for that one. Takes Baba to 49, but he's not on strike. Shakil and Shafiq added to the Pakistan test squad, so they'll be available for selection come the Queen's Park Oval test match. Shan Masood, remember, has the fractured hand. One.
To wield the long handle there was Abbas. Got the result that he wanted, gets off strike, brings Baba back onto strike here. One away from a half century. Got 5 half centuries versus the West Indies, yet to score 100.
They will take the single after a little bit of a stutter. So it brings up half century number 32 for Babar Azam. His first on return to the captaincy. And he will be hoping that he can continue this good run because he does average over 50 as captain of Pakistan coming into this series. In addition to 9 test match hundreds, but he's got so much more work to do here, and Abbas has to help him.
That's been the one positive to come from this Pakistan second innings. Baba finding an element of form here. He looked quite good in that first innings until he was dismissed as well. But to get a half century would give him a lot of confidence. On this pitch, it's been quite tricky. Bit of variable bounce. Pumped up West Indian attack. So far he's come through that test. He's shown that class. If you're a lover of test cricket overall, you'll enjoy some of the strokes that Babar Azam has displayed. Showing that resolve as well, that determination.
Well played, Mohammad Abbas. 88 for 9. Push on for a little bit longer if the wicket doesn't fall immediately. Seven draws in the last couple of years. Right. Confidence in Mohammad Abbas to take the single.
73 matches have resulted in 4 days, inside of 4 days. I wonder if that coincides as well with a uptick in the strike rates, batting strike rates in Test cricket. I'm not sure if there's a correlation there.
I think a lot of it has to do with the Test championships now, the results. Teams playing for results now and preparing conditions, pitches for results in order to get wins. And he's swinging and swinging hard. No one's gone. Well, certainly Joseph hasn't gone Yorker at him yet.
He's still opting to use that back of a length to Mohammad Abbas. He'll be best served targeting the stumps, targeting the pads. Shamar Joseph with that extra pace. Maybe a bit of variable bounce can come into play as well. Hasn't been quite on the money to the right-handed Abbas.
To attack the stumps. Done well there, Mohammed Abbas. He's taking Pakistan closer to that 100 mark. He walked around the crease.
Once again, just slightly wide from Shamar Joseph. Looking to maneuver something was Abbas. Stayed a bit leg side of that delivery. Did well to get some bat on that. Raced away through that vacant point region for 4. He's into double figures now. Slightly missing his lengths, line and lengths here is Joseph. He's opting to push that cover fielder back slightly.
Close, but no cigar.
Getting closer. Indeed, that's the length. Just missed the line, 147 Ks as well. Managed to sustain that pace throughout this test match, Shamar Joseph. Uber fit. Quite an effervescent character. Every time he's out in the middle, you feel his presence. 2 deliveries remaining. And he pick up this final wicket.
He's bludgeoning in it. He'll get another boundary. He's sitting back and waiting for those short deliveries. No ball as well.
So he's doing to Shamar Joseph what Joseph would have done to Pakistan, replicating a bit of what we saw earlier. 14 off 12 now. Abbas, he's taking on these fast bowlers. Have a look at that, just overstriding. But more interestingly, not targeting the stumps, into the pitch once again.
Brought up the 100 for Pakistan, that boundary.
An expensive over this so far. 12-13 coming from it. 1 delivery remaining at the 4 and that no ball.
Can't get his target and radar on the stumps. 102 for 9. This time for tea, but because it's the last pair at the crease, we can push on for another 30 minutes beyond the official tea time, which was 2:40.
Joseph there. Riding quite an expensive over, as you said, just off with that radar, not quite targeting the stumps enough. The half century from Babar Azam. It's been a well-played innings so far. Played a lone hand in this Pakistan pursuit. Got 8 shots all around the ground. That was sweet. There was one particular stroke he played off his hips, timed sweetly through that mid-wicket region. Almost unforgettable. not to take the single once again.
Couple of records for the last wicket for Pakistan in Tests. Mushtaq Ahmed 151 in Rawalpindi in 1997. I think Azam Mahmood was Abu got 100. Wasim Barry, I talked about 1977 and Colin Croft bowling at the Queen's Park Oval. And Wasim Raja against the West Indies, 133. Bridgetown. Something sizable here as well. If they had to pull it out of the hat. Never over until it's over.
Stranger things happen in this game indeed. Important the West Indies stay on top of their game tactically here. Can't afford to relax. You know how quickly things can change. Still got 109 to win. Pakistan will be thinking, let's get this down into double figures. The longer Abbas can support Babar Azam. A few doubts could start creeping into this West Indian lineup, but at the moment, in pole position.
You close the feeling and stop them from getting that single, force Babar Azam to hit it through the infield for the last 2 balls of this over, potentially. You at this stage, you won't mind giving away a boundary. You won't mind, and hope that it isn't significant in the end, but you've got to stop the single for 2 balls. And I wonder if Jaden Seals will use a short ball at any stage.
Just the 1 delivery remaining here. Yeah, the short ball would be a good option. We haven't seen too many short deliveries in this match per se. But if he does, he's got to get it high enough. Got to get it high enough and out of that reach of Babar Azam. He'll be looking to get some bat on this. Crucial for him to get to the other end.
Played confidently, maiden over another one, 102 for 9. West Indies 1 wicket away from victory. Pakistan 109 runs to try to seal what seems improbable at the moment, but you never know in this game. Can Shamar Joseph get his radar right against Mohammad Abbas?
Needs to get 1 on the stumps here, Shamar Joseph, with that extra pace. Mohammad Abbas, no real interest in getting in line. He's been exposing his stumps throughout this short innings of his.
Was bang on target. Couldn't be dissuaded again.
Oh, played in the end. Once again, backing away, staying leg side of these deliveries, exposing all three. That was on the money. Look at this, just chopping down on that in time. Was Abbas.
Like Babar has just said, you do you. Really looked to nudge the ball for a single last ball of the over. It's just as though he said, Mohamed Abbas, you just do you for now. They're coming back for two. So he's trusting Mohamed Abbas for the moment.
Either trust or he's resigned to his fate at the moment. We'll call it trust. Those runs has to be scored, and Mohamed Abbas, he's been willing to take on Shamar Joseph in particular. They aren't going to hang around and survive. They're going to have to score these 107 in which to win.
That is classic. Mohamed Abbas has had a test match. 5-wicket haul is 7th. 8 in the match. And now he's bludgeoning it to all parts of the Brian Lara Cricket Academy with the bat.
Also showing that he's got a good eye. His hand-eye coordination is A1. Have a look at that. Opening the bat face. Once again, staying leg side. A long way away from those stumps, but using all that reach to hoist that over that cover region, extra cover region for 4.
Going to come round the wicket. What Shamar Joseph is trying to do.
Be anticipating one up in that rib cage area of Mohamed Abbas. Once again, opting to go fuller. Change the angle. He's made it a little more difficult in which to target the stumps from this angle. I think he wants to follow Mohamed Abbas a bit closer. He's been backing away. Doesn't want to allow him to free the hands to the offside.
Score of 29 in Test cricket for Mohamed Abbas. .108 for 9.
With 35 overs completed, Pakistan 108-9. Still requiring 103 runs. West Indies require 1 wicket. Baba Azam on 51, Mohamed Abbas on 20.
Jamel Warrican is back on the field now. Had some issues with his hand. He was off the field for a long time. I think here Babar Azam still got to, I think, commit to it anyway. I still think that you've got to show your team that you believe and don't resign yourself to anything. That's my view. This 103 is a long way away, but you never know in this game. Never know.
Couldn't agree more, especially going into that second test match. You want to have some level of confidence, something which you can lay a hat on going into that match. Trying to stop the rut. Potentially an 8th away loss for Pakistan. But this was a partnership that really took the game away from Pakistan from my vantage point. Shamar Joseph, fast hands, that sweet backswing, looking to take on the Pakistan fast bowlers, almost baseball-like with those strokes. 61 of 57, pushing that total over 200, the lead. Not to take a single again does Babar Azam. Almost seems to be making it up as he goes along at this stage.
Nine of the wickets, all the wickets that have fallen so far to seam.
To be honest, 39 wickets, the most that's ever been taken by pace in a test in the West Indies. All 40 to seamers in a test. Last time that would have happened was 2026, just this year, England, New Zealand at Lord's. Quite surprising that we've never had that happen in the West Indies before, considering this rich legacy of fast bowling. Just gone away from a good line and length here slightly over the past 3 or 4 overs. That was a good delivery. That was a similar type delivery that would have removed Babar Azam in that first innings. But he's well set, 92 deliveries. Well negotiated as well. 2 deliveries remaining. Will he look to get to the other end? West Indies tried to crowd him, stopping that single.
Talking about spirit of the game, I'm quite happy that there was no furor around this. Happy to see that. Could have been different. Another maiden over, 108 for 9. Well, no more Shamar Joseph. It's Jomel Warrican into the attack.
spin for the first time here on day 4. Well, Warrican brought into the attack. Hasn't had too much bowling in this match. Fair thought for Usman Ali as well on debut. Hasn't been the conditions in which suit spin bowling per se. We've seen a couple turn, but hasn't had the kind of impact that maybe we were expecting.
No wickets to spin yet in this test match.
No, he bowls very well to right-handers, Jamel Warrican. Was a standout bowler the last time the West Indies toured Pakistan.
Leg byes signal. Still another 101 required.
What you don't want to happen as well from a West Indian perspective is for Mohammad Abbas to start getting more and more confident in what he's doing here. He's on 20 of 23. Pakistan can get into tea. Have a chat, have a rest, maybe a few snacks, come back out, put on another 30 or 40. The West Indies will start feeling a bit nervous about this win, potential win.
So you got to fight. If you're Babar Azam, you got to fight. You've got to fight there with Mohammad Abbas. You cannot give up. It sends a really good message to your dressing room for the rest of this contest and the test match to come. And you never know what can be derived from it. 110 for 9. It's from Joshua Da Silva. Right, so they've removed Seals from the attack and Kavem Hodge being brought in.
Does have a knack of breaking partnerships, does Kavem Hodge. So we've gone from potentially having all 40 wickets taken by pace to having 2 left-arm spinners on at the same time. 2 fantastic spells from Jaden Seals. The first 2 for 14 from his 7. 2 for 4 from the third. So fantastic bowling performance from him. He would have loved to finish it off though with a 5-for.
Five minutes to go. they last that long, tee will then be taken.
Got it down to double figures now, just 99. Well, I say just, still a fair way to go for Pakistan. But you can see if they can get to tee, come back out, put on another 20 or 30, get that down to 70 or so. Give the West Indies pause to think about what's happening. Not out of the woods yet here.
Stop them from getting a single. I was thinking about Justin Graves actually. In the absence of Seals bowling another over, whether Graves could have been a go-to man. To stop this single, get another over in if they survive. And we'll have another over, I think, before tea is called. 112 for 9. Right, so a change of end for Jaden Seals. He's now operating from the northern end. Will be the final over before tea. And if the wicket falls, it comes to the obvious conclusion.
Opportunity for a fifer here for Jaden Seals as well. Switched ends. Couple options available to him. Justin Greaves has only bowled 5 overs, picked up 2 for 12. Spoke about how well he would have bowled in that first innings. 5 consecutive wicket maidens, 5 for 27. First time that's been recorded in the history of Test cricket.
Seals is livid. He said, "Worry, leave it." Not sure it had enough velocity to get to the ropes as Seals left it a little bit earlier in the session. Now he has to bowl at Baba.
So an illustration of the cerebral cricketer that Jaden Seals is. That was close to the right hand of Amir Jangu. Not sure that would have made it to the boundary in the end. He's not happy.
Is different, but it's a partnership of 42 from 62, and we talked about Roach, for example, and Shamar Joseph. And the vice captain not on the ball. Leave it, he says, leave it.
You like this matchup though, don't you, Bish? Seals to Babar Azam. He's got previous history. Got that type of delivery. Poses a problem, that outswing, starting straight, starting in line with the stumps, just moving away.
A little bit more challenging from this end, with the wind coming across his left shoulder to his right as he runs, and he can still get it to leg cut. There's no, but it's a little bit more of a challenge. And he bowled one over to Babar, I think, in the first innings from this end, got cut for a couple of boundaries and then came back. So last ball for possible tee. Babar's played solidly and well, and Abbas has settled. Still 98 adrift. And they will take the single, so after tea, Babar will retain the strike, and West Indies need this break as well, just to reform their plans. Solid though, Babar Azam. I think he gave up for a while, but he's starting to find better thoughts. And they'll reassess in the dressing room during this break, both teams, and we'll see what they can pursue the final session of this fourth day's play. Babar 53, Abbas 22, and Pakistan 114 for 9. Is there any belief that they can be trendsetters, record breakers? Safraz believes, and he'll be telling them, guys, don't lose hope.
This lone hand, playing that lone hand for Pakistan. 53 not out, his 6th test half century versus the West Indies, and Abbas providing that able support with 22. Partnership 43 of 65.
Roach 2 wickets. He's moved to 304 test wickets. Jaden Seals started that journey with, obviously, that 5-wicket haul, his first against Pakistan back in 2021. He's stuck on 4 at the moment, and a wicket to Shamar Joseph with Justin Graves 2 for 12. Let's refresh our memories with the action from this session. Mohammad Rizwan was trying to work his way into an innings. Strong off his legs generally. And in the company of Babar Azam, a lot of runs was flowing through that onside as the West Indies targeted the stumps. But in comes Justin Graves and initiates the breakthrough.
Showing that skill once again. Ahmed Jamal just misreading the length of that Shamar Joseph delivery. Had that concussion protocol, but stayed at the crease. In the end, it was Graves again in the right area. Hint of movement. And with a catch, just highlighting his all-round ability. That's a sweet shot through the covers by Babar Azam. Shan Masood came to the crease a bit belatedly. Didn't hang around for too long. Obviously, he's been plagued by that fractured index finger. But then it was Jaden Seals through Karam Shazad. West Indies picked up their 9th wicket, and it looked like it was going to be a formality, but since then, this partnership of 43 between Babar Azam and Mohammad Abbas has just given Pakistan a bit of an opportunity here to pick up a quite unlikely win.
He's allowed one to roll into the boundary so that he could have the opportunity. They had the opportunity to bowl at Mohammad Abbas, but they've held firm and been resolute after some initial stuttering. They found a method to see them to a delayed tea break. So Pakistan still need 97. West Indies still in the driver's seat, but you never, ever know. We'll take a short break and we'll have some analysis on the other side. Don't go away.